This is the most advanced full-stack Next.js TypeScript tutorial you'll find on YouTube. It took a very long time to create, so I would really appreciate it if you subscribed and liked the video. If you want to see more free contents like this one, we are going to build a complete, real production-ready, beautiful meal planner application from scratch. You'll create a stunning, complex client-side dashboard where users can see their eaten meals and stats, all within a visually appealing UI. Users will be able to add meals with sophisticated form scenarios, as well as edit and delete them. Each meal will have a detailed card with full management capabilities. With both dark mode and light mode support, you will experience a fully responsive design. A beautiful top bar and sidebar with a smooth and fluid animations will further enhance the user experience. There will also be a dedicated admin dashboard where admins can manage foods and filter them using an advanced filter panel featuring custom fields and inputs. Admins can add foods using advanced forms with great error handling, all implemented with clean code and best practices. Users will see alerts for important actions throughout the application. We'll use stable UR techniques to keep the UI up to date with the latest data, ensuring minimal loading states and automatic updates. Skeleton loaders will indicate the loading states while data is being fetched. Also, we handle a robust pagination scenario. Authorization and authentication pages will be implemented using secure practices. You learn how to work with databases using Prisma and implement efficient data management. We will create everything following best practices and clean code principles. We'll even configure prettier config. Along the way, you'll pick many additional skills that will benefit your development career. For styling, we'll use Tailwind CSS and Shadcn UI to create a modern, professional interface. This is an advanced course, so you should be familiar with the basics of React, TypeScript, and Next.js at least. If you have some knowledge of React Query, reacthookform, Zustand, auth, and auth.ts library, and for each of them, I have a totally free complete course on my channel, which you can check them out. The links are in the description down below. Also, the completed project codebase is in the description. You can check it out because we're gonna need it in the future. So let's get started with tutorial. To start with the tutorial, just head over to your preferred IDE and initialize a simple Next.js project by using this command in your preferred directory. We're gonna use TypeScript. We definitely want ESLint. We are using Tailwind CSS. We definitely want to use the src folder to put all of our code inside it. Hit enter. App router. We want TurboPack for fast development experience. We don't want to change the import aliases, and hit enter and wait for npm packages to be installed. Perfect. Now open the created project in your VS Code by using this. This is our project, but to make and keep things simple, I'm gonna first of all delete the public folder because we don't need it. After that, just head over to the src folder inside the globals here, remove everything except for the Tailwind CSS import. Then open the page.tsx file, remove everything here, and just return a simple page text and hit save. When it comes to databases and interacting with them in the Node.js ecosystem, one of the best choices and ORMs in this ecosystem is without a doubt the Prisma library itself, that it has a very great set of tools to handle all types of projects from simpler ones to large scale applications through its amazing APIs. And for this tutorial, this is our primary choice to interact with our database because of its tight integration with TypeScript and Next.js itself with the minimum effort to set up and configure. So let's initialize our project with the Prisma ORM. To start with it, first of all, we need to install the Prisma package itself as a dev dependency on our project. But before we continue with the tutorial, I really appreciate it if you leave a like on video. If you are not, also leave a comment down below if you have any problems regarding tutorial. It means a lot. Thanks. Now that we have our Prisma installed, then we need to initialize our project with the Prisma by using Prisma init command. And for the simplicity and for this tutorial, I have chosen the SQLite for our database because it's much simpler than other databases like Postgres to initialize, but in contrast, it's very powerful and very scalable for all types of projects. Also, we need to specify that where should our Prisma types, the types automatically generated by Prisma engine itself, to be placed. For this tutorial I'm using, and it's also recommended by the Prisma documentation itself inside the root of our project in relation with our Prisma schema itself. So it's going to be at the root level above src, exactly be here at this level in the generated folder and inside the Prisma folder itself, and hit enter. Now that it's installed on our project, I just need to remind you something, that in older versions of Prisma, the alt types generated by the Prisma engine itself that were necessary for our TypeScript project to work, like types for different tables, different schemas, and different relations. Now, if we try to migrate and generate our types in a few moments later, we're going to see that instead of changing the node modules folder here, a new folder will be generated in this path, and definitely we are going to make them also git ignore to prevent them from being bundled inside our repositories. After this, we're going to see that a new folder with a new file has been created called Prisma and schema.prisma here, and we see that we have a very minimal setup for our database, a SQLite database that we have mentioned, we have specified here, and also our automatically generated files by Prisma here, the path that we just specified earlier. And this is the file that we're going to spend most of our time here, because in this file we're going to generate different tables, different relations, and different schemas for application to work. But as you can see here, the database is being read from this address here. If I open my environment here, we see that this file is automatically generated by Prisma itself. Let me just remove it here, remove all the unnecessary comments. We see that it's referencing in relation to this schema.prisma file here, it's referencing the dev.db file, which is our SQLite database inside this Prisma folder. But as you can see here, there is no dev.db file for our project, so we need to also create and migrate for the first time our database. So open the terminal again. To migrate your database and create the required database files, use npx prisma migrate. And because currently we are now on development environment, we're going to use dev here. If we want to migrate for production, we're going to use prod, and we're going to get familiar with different types of stage in databases in real world scenarios. Just for now, enter this command inside your terminal and hit enter. Now, after that, we have migrated our new database with our empty schema here. We see that a new file called dev.db, which is our SQLite database, and other stuff for Prisma and SQLite to work, and also this generated folder here that we just talked about it. And we also need to git ignore this to prevent it to be a part of our version control system, because it's dynamically generated by the Prisma itself, this folder, and also this db journal here, which is used by SQLite engine itself. So we do not need to interact with them directly. We are going to just use the Prisma CLI for simplicity. Also, this command, the Prisma migrate dev, is going to install some other packages. If I open the package.json file here, we see that new client for Prisma has been installed on our project, and it has been done automatically. And also, as I just mentioned, because this file has nothing to do with the project and its logic itself, we're going to add it to our git ignore, but as we can see here, it has been automatically done by Prisma engine itself, so perfect. And also because we have no secret values inside that environment, I'm just going to remove the .n variable, environment variable from our git ignore. But if you're going to keep some critical and confidential data here, don't forget to add it to your environment file, to your .gitignore file. Now let's create our first database model and our first entity on our database. Just open the schema.prisma file. But before I continue, just make sure that you have the Prisma library itself on your preferred ID. Here I'm using VS Code. So if you install this, you're going to see that we have beautiful IntelliSense and syntax highlighting here. Just keep that in mind. Also, the thing that I really prefer to do is that I head over to the settings of my ID here, and I'm gonna add this expression here inside the settings.json file of the VS Code. Let me just close it again. Just need to open the command palette and search for this phrase here and open it, then add this phrase to make your Prisma file formatted whenever that you need to format your document. For example, because I have the format on save config here to true, and this Prisma itself here, whenever that I hit Control and save, it's gonna be automatically formatted. Just a quick. Now to create our first model, the Prisma syntax is very readable and easier to read. I'm gonna initialize it by the model phrase and the name of the entity that I need to create. A user is gonna be, it's gonna always have an ID. Also, I prefer it to be integer and auto incremented starting from 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the unique identifier of our user table, because it's easier to read and understand, but you can use a string or whatever that you want. I'm gonna specify that it's gonna be the main identifier of our user by using this syntax, and also for the default value that whenever we do not providing an ID when creating new user entity, I'm gonna tell the Prisma, and as you can see, the auto completion is perfect. I'm gonna tell it that make it auto incremented. For example, if the first user has been initialized and created on our database, the next user will be 2, 3, 4, and so on. Also, our user will gonna have a name of type string and also an email of type string, but it's gonna be unique to prevent our users to create multiple users with the same email. Then I'm gonna again migrate our database, because let me just clear the terminal here, because we did some changes to our database schema, but our database here is not aware of those changes, so we are gonna let it know that we need some changes to be handled. So again, I'm gonna migrate my database by using this command, npx prisma migrate dev, hit enter. It wants you to enter a name for our new migration. I'm gonna, for example, type init, and that's it. As you can see here, a new migrations folder inside the Prisma has been generated for you to keep track of the history of your database, something like version control system, but for your database, and to keep things safe and easier to handle for you and other developers on your team. But do not try to change these files. These are all gonna be generated automatically by Prisma itself, so let's just close it. And also, the easiest way to see our database is that by using the Prisma npx Prisma Studio, a very simple live client for our dev tools to interact with our database as easy as possible. Just hit enter and head over to the localhost port 5555 on your browser, or the port exposed by the Prisma Studio itself. As you can see here, this is our user model. We have a specified ID, name, and email for it. And to make sure that things are working, just click on add a new record. As you can see, we have specified that our ID column is going to be auto incremented, so leave it alone. For the name, I'm going to enter, for example, something like foo, and for the email, enter foo@bar.com. And click on Save Changes, and that's it. This is our first record or row created on our database with the client provided by the Prisma itself. Now let's head back to the code and let me just close the server and the terminal. The two commands that we're gonna use a lot in the terminal here is one of them is npx prisma migrate dev. Another one is, for example, Prisma Studio, but I prefer them to be inside the package.json file in the scripts object like this to memorize them better. Just a simple trick to do to remember the commands. I'm gonna, for migrating our database, I'm gonna use the db studio, migrate, which will run the Prisma migrate dev, and also another one for the studio with the command of Prisma studio like this. And whenever we want to run those commands instead of using this, we're going to npm run, for example, db studio, and our studio is going to be. Also, another thing that we need to do is that we're going to need to access the generated data and our Prisma client inside this folder. But as you can see here, it is outside our src folder here, and open the tsconfig.json file here. We see that we have only alias for our files inside the src folder with this syntax. So it means that we can access the src content with this absolute path, but not from the root of our project. And if we want to access something from here, from this file, for example, we need to use relative importing, which is not very maintainable. So I'm going to add another path alias here with, for example, a $sign here, and I'm going to make it point to the current folder, the root folder of our project. Perfect. Now we just need to create our database instance that our project is going to interact with, and we can access to the entities, the CRUD operations, and so much more of our database with a very simple yet very powerful file that we're going to create it now. For the src folder, inside it, at the root level of src folder, create another folder called lib, which we are going to create shareable logic and code here, and inside it create a new file called db.ts, and inside it just paste this code snippet that it's provided by the Prisma itself, and it's the preferred ways to access and create an instance of our database using single tone pattern. So always use this way of accessing the database. But as you can see here, there's a problem here because in the tsconfig.json, I forgot to put another slash and an asterisk here. And if I save it and close it, we see that the error is gone, and we can access the Prisma client itself inside our src folder from this generated folder here. So all the things that this file is gonna do is that exporting a variable called db, and this is gonna let us to interact with our database. For example, as you can see, the autocomplete is helping me out, and for example, the user table that we just created earlier, I have access to it, and I can, for example, get as many as of them that I want, or for example, I can get only a specific one of them, for example, by providing the correct query. For example, if I want to get the user that its email is this phrase here, I'm going to use this, and I'm going to attach it to another variable inside my code to use it. Just keep this in mind that with this very simple and clean syntax, we have access to our database tables, different relations, and many other CRUD operations. Let me just remove it. Perfect. Now to see things in action, head over to the page.tsx file at root level, and I need to show you the user that we just created on our database. For example, I'm going to create a new variable called user, and I'm going to access the DB like this. On the user table, I'm going to force the first item that it finds, and then I'm going to show it here, show the returned row by the database. So I'm going to make it stringify like this. But the thing here that you should consider is that this expression here is a promise that we need to first of all resolve it. So I'm going to make it an async await function. Then I'm going to log it in my page itself. And also don't forget to run the development server of Next.js. Perfect. And if you head over to our running localhost Next.js server on port 3000, we see that the thing that we just needed to be rendered here is shown here. And it's exactly the thing that we just created earlier with the Prisma Studio, a user named Fu with the email fu@bar. And the beauty of it is that all of these has been done with the least amount of code, with the cleanest possible way by the power of Prisma. And that was it on how to create and initialize a project with Prisma and create and setting up the first entity of our database. So let's continue with other stuff. The thing that we need to create here, now let's create our database and complete it for our meal planner application. If I give you an abstracted overview of our database for our meal planner, we're going to have our food table, our category table, the serving unit table, the meal table, and the user table itself. A category might have multiple foods. A food might have multiple serving units. For example, different foods have different measuring units. Like, for example, for sugar, we have spoon. For water, we have cups or liters, and so on. Also, at the other side, a user will eat multiple meals per day, and each meal might contain multiple foods with specific serving units from different categories, and relation is going to be something like this. A user, as a point of abstracted view, might have multiple meals, and also, let me just put them here, and a meal might contain multiple foods from different categories. Each food might have multiple serving units, but a meal contains multiple foods, but it's only possible to eat a specific food with a specific serving unit. With this simple, let me just here put all of the shapes here for you to see better. This specific database schema may seem very simple, but it contains, in contrast, it contains one-to-many, many-to-many, and one-to-one relations, and you're going to learn all things related to defining different relations between different entities in SQLite, especially inside Prisma. And by the end of this tutorial, I guarantee that you have learned all things related to Prisma, defining tables, schemas, and their relations, and how to use them inside our project for all of your needs. So let's implement this general schema and abstracted view, but in detail inside our Prisma schema. To do that, again, open the Prisma schema and create a new model for your database called food. Each food is going to have an ID here as before, like the same thing that we have just done for the user, and it's going to be auto incremented. Each one of our foods is going to have a name, which also need to be unique. Calories, which is of type float, question mark here, which is going to be optional. Protein, again float, optional float. Fat, the amount of fat. Carbohydrates, float. If you correctly configured your VS Code, if you type and hit save on your device, you see that it's going to be formatted perfectly. Fiber, sugar, and also the comment created at, which is of type date time. And for the default value of it, I prefer the current time if we don't provide any value when we are creating a food. And also for the updated at, again, it's going to be of type datetime, and we are using the updated at utility of Prisma itself, that it's going to be updated automatically when one of our entities on our food table changes. Now that was it for our food table, and now let's head over to other tables. Now for the next table, we're going to create the table for the category holding our foods, and also we need to create a relation between the category here and our foods here. So to do that, it's very simple with the power of Prisma here. So because each category might have multiple foods, I'm gonna add a new field here called foods, and to make a reference between the category and the food table, I'm gonna tell Prisma that the foods field is gonna be an array of food here. It's very much simple, and it's very similar to the TypeScript and JavaScript syntax. We are defining our foods field to be an array of food, or to be more technical, we have created a one-to-many relation for our SQLite database inside Prisma. And if you have set up the Prisma extension and Prisma formatter on your IDE, you're gonna see after formatting your code or saving your document, the Prisma has automatically generated the required fields like the category ID, which is going to be a reference between the food table and the category table, and also the relation itself, which also has been automatically generated. And also if it's not generated for you, you can copy and paste these lines. And for consistency, I'm going to make this category here into a small case because we are going to use all of them directly inside our TypeScript project. So I prefer them be camel case. This field, as I told you, is responsible to create a relation between the food and category. We are going to use the relation directive from Prisma, and we are telling it that the category ID field here is referencing the ID field, this ID field from our food table. So this is creating relation between this table and this table as simple as this. Now let's just create another table called serving unit. As before, the ID field, default value auto incremented. The name of it also be a unique string. And also as before, I'm gonna paste the date time fields here. But the tricky part here is that we are gonna create a many-to-many relation between our serving unit and our food. To do that, let me just explain that why we are doing this. Each food is gonna have multiple serving units. So till now, we need a one-to-many relation. A food can be eaten with different serving units. In technical terms, a food might have multiple serving units, and a serving unit might belong to multiple foods. Till now, we can specify that our food can be eaten with a spoon, a cup, or in liters, but also we need a way to specify that for each meal that user eats, we have not defined the meal table yet, but keep this in mind that a food inside a meal can be eaten by a serving unit, and we have also need to specify that a serving unit presents how much of this food. For example, rice can be eaten with a spoon, but also we need to specify the user or how many spoons of rice a user has eaten. If it does not make any sense, don't be worried, you're gonna understand it in detail in a few moments. After that, we have implemented our UI and application forms. To achieve this goal, we need to create a join table. This is the thing that you're gonna do so many times in your Prisma database. It is for when you need to create a relation between two entities in your database, and also you need some advanced capabilities like adding new fields to your serving to your relation. To do that, I'm going to create a new table called food serving unit, which is the join table between our serving unit and the food table. As before, let me just copy the ID field from here. This join table need to reference the food table itself by using the relation decorator and referencing the fields from the food ID field from this table to the ID field on the food table itself. After that, I need to create the food ID, which we are using here for our table, join table, and then just save things to get things formatted. And if you head over to your food table here, you can see a new relation between the food and our join table here has been created automatically by Prisma itself, but as before, I like to make all of these camel cases. Also, we need to do the same for the serving unit itself. We're going to create a new field called serving unit and referencing the serving unit table by using the relation decorator. The fields are going to be serving unit ID from this join table to the ID table like this, the ID table on the serving unit, and also creating the serving unit ID field itself of type integer. And if you hit save, as before, the correct relation also has been generated automatically. Let me just make it camel case. Perfect. Now, till now, the usage of join table might be overkill here, but as I told you before, we are using this join table. Not only that, we need a many-to-many relation between our serving unit and our food table here, but we also need to add more fields to it. For example, a field that I need to add here is grams here, which is of type float, because as I told you before, each food is going to have multiple serving units, and we need to know that each serving unit from a food means how much in value. For example, a spoon from rice might have different calories, different protein and carbohydrate values from a spoon of meat or some other foods. In other words, a spoon of rice might be 10 grams, but from other food like meat might be 20 grams. So we need to specify this relation between the serving unit and the food with this join table here. And also, as before, all of our tables, I like them to have these datetime fields like this. Also, let's create the meal table, which is responsible to track how many meals a user has eaten, and in each meal when it has been eaten, and other stuff related to it. As before, let me just copy the ID field here. As before, let me just copy the ID field here. And also, I need to track that when the user has eaten a meal, the user can specify it. It's not related to these fields, decorated at and updated at fields. Then each meal, like for example breakfast, can contain multiple food ingredients. And after hitting save, again we see that these values for the food table itself has automatically generated. I make it camel case again, head over down. Then we need to know which user has eaten and created the meal. So as simple as this, we're going to create a one-to-many relation between the meal table and the user table like this, and create the user ID field here like this. Let me just head over to the user table and make this lowercase as before. And also, if these values are not automatically generated with Prisma for you, you can do it manually. It's pretty simple. Let me just head over down and also, as before, paste these values here. And also, we need to create another join table, but this time for meal and the food itself. And we are going to call it the meal food table like this. As before, a relation between the food and this join table here like this. And don't forget to make the automatically generated value here lowercase. Then for the meal table itself like this. I did a mistake here. I need to reference the meal table like this and make the value here again lowercase. And also another one for the serving unit. I'm going to explain you why like this. And again, let me just head over to the serving unit here, make it lowercase, head back. And also here, I'm going to add the most important field here, which is called amount, and it's of type float. It's because that when a user is adding a meal, we need to specify that that meal, we mean which food for that meal, what serving unit, and how much of that serving unit. For example, a user wants to add his new meal. He has eaten, for example, 10 spoon of rice. So we have all things we need here. The user can specify with which unit and how much and which food he eats. Also, don't forget to add these fields again. Also, the most important table of our application is the user table, that we need to make it complete. Our user is going to have a password field here, which under the hood, it's the hashed password that we are going to implement the authorization system in the future. Then these created at and updated at fields here. And also, because our panel and application is multiple pairs, we're going to have multiple roles for our application, an admin role, which can create and manage the food entities, and the user role, which is our client or customer that he can specify and choose from the created foods for his meals. So for simplicity, we're going to have only two roles for our application like this, and we need to also create the role, which is an enum like this, and only a user role and an admin role here. Perfect. Now we have fully implemented our schema and database shape with Prisma. We have created complex relations, one-to-many, one-to-one, and many-to-many relations for our database here. And now we can head over to our application and implement the business logic itself. Because we have changed so much in our database, let me just open the terminal here and clear everything and run the npm run db migrate. But because we have done so many breaking changes inside our schema here, the Prisma won't let us do it safely. And in production, if you have a very complex scenario and many entities inside your schema, you need to do it manually, as the Prisma is telling us here. It's telling us that first of all, we need to migrate our database, but in only creating mode. And after that, we need to modify our migration created here. But for the sake of this tutorial and simplicity, I'm gonna show you how to do it by force. Let me just create all of these. To do that, just run the npx prisma db push, but instead of migrating it, we're gonna force reset it with our new schema. Perfect. Now to show you the beauty of it, I'm gonna head over to my application. Let me just close the schema file and head over to your page.tsx. And as you can see here, I can use the db variable here and access all of our entities on our database like food, meal, user, and their relation. And we can now do the most complex scenarios and queries with the cleanest syntax that I'm going to show you in a few moments. Just remove it for now. And now that we have implemented and created our database completely, we can now start creating our user interface. To do that, first of all, we need to find our styling solutions, select them, and we need to also choose what component library to use. My preferred solutions for styling and component libraries are Tailwind, and also we're going to use the Shadcn component library itself because many of you are using it, because it's pretty much easy to set up and use, and it has great component catalog, and it can be easily customized. So let's initialize our project with Shadcn library. Now inside the terminal, just run the npx shadcn at latest init bts to install the Shadcn library. For the color, just select slate or whatever that you want. And because by the release of newer version of Tailwind and incompatibility and some minor conflicts between React, Tailwind, and other libraries, we are seeing this error, but select anyone that you want. I prefer legacy peer devs because it's a little bit safer than the force one, and this will ignore the conflicts during dependencies when installing packages. Perfect. And now let me just close everything. If you head over to your project, you see that at the root level, we have components.json newly added by Shadcn. It has the base configuration for Shadcn itself, where we have chosen the slate color for base color. And if you open the global.css, you see that it has been overridden by Shadcn, and Shadcn has added new variables for colors that we can easily customize them to our needs for our project and component. Also, we have a very good and accessible dark mode, which all of them has been configured by default when we have used the Shadcn init command here. And if you prefer to customize the default theme provided by Shadcn library itself, you can open the official website of Shadcn, head over to themes, click on browse themes, and you can select and choose whatever that you want from here. For example, because our app is related to health and meal planning, I'm just copy the values for the theme variables, and don't forget to put it on Tailwind before, because we are using the latest version of Tailwind. Head over to your ID and paste the values for root and dark variables here, and we have changed it to our desired theme color. To add components to your project using Shadcn, it's pretty much easy, because this library, amazing library, provides us with an amazing CLI. For example, if I head over to the components page, you have the complete catalog, components catalog here. For example, if I want to add the button provided by Shadcn, I can head over to the installation and use this command to install and add a button component to my project, or simply you can manually do the manual instruction by copy and pasting this code snippet and installing the Radix UI related accessibility packages to your project. But I prefer to using the CLI provided by Shadcn. Now paste the copied command here, and again, because of the conflict between Tailwind 4 and React, use legacy peer depths, and perfect. As you can see here, a new components folder and UI folder also with the lib folder. The utils.ts file has been added to our project. The utils file contains a very simple utility provided by Tailwind merge, that this is used by automatically generated components by Shadcn. It's gonna merge the default class names of a component and the class names that we want to override our component with them. This is our button component provided by Shadcn. This provides us with an amazing starting point for our project, and also you can customize it to your needs. Now to use it, just head over to our page.tsx file, and let me just remove all of these. And in the return part here, I'm going to create a new button and import it from our newly generated button. And inside it, I'm going to place submit or something else. It's safe. And just make sure the dev server is running. Head over to your running server. As you can see, our new button is here with great defined styles, hover effects, accessibility controls, and so much other stuff. Let me just remove it and remove the import itself. And let me just change it to home. Now for the next part, I'm gonna start creating the admin layout, the sidebar, and the top bar of the application. This is the final project. This is our top bar, which the user info will be opened here, our theme toggle, and our sidebar, which contains menus as collapsible components, and we can open and close the sidebar itself, and it causes the layout to shift according to the width of our sidebar. And so let's go for it. To continue, let me just open another terminal here. And first of all, I'm gonna create another component from Shadcn for our drop-down menu, the thing for our user and user info. Hit enter. Use the second option here and wait it to be added to our project. By drop-down, I mean this component that has great accessibility, has a trigger button that causes a menu to be opened above all other components. And also because I don't want this tutorial to be copy and pasting components from Shadcn or different UI libraries, I'm going to teach you how to create your own components with great accessibility and styling in mind. To do that, I'm going to use Radix UI library for handling accessibility related things like opening and closing dialogues, modals, and collapsible menus. When the user loses his focus on that component, hits escape or click somewhere else, and so much other stuff that there's no need for us to do them. So first of all, I'm going to add a new package from Radix UI, which is amazing for accessibility stuff, from Radix UI /react-collapsible, like this. Hit enter. Perfect. Now that we have installed our required packages, now let us create the admin base file and folder structure. So let me just close everything here. I forgot to save the Scalable.css changes, hit save. Perfect. Now let's create our first admin route in the root/admin here and create our route itself by creating page.tsx file. But because we are using Next.js and I want my client, my sign up and sign in page, and also the admin page to have different layouts, Next.js provides us with an amazing feature called route groups that we can put all of our shared routes like this. For example, I have a dashboard part for my application or whatever that you want, and you should put it in parentheses like this, hit enter, and I put my newly created admin route inside it. And as you can see here, this won't affect the routing system of Next.js, but first it makes our route sections more organized, and also we can have multiple different layouts for different parts of our application, like authorization pages, like signing and sign up pages, client, our public section, like our landing page, and also our admin dashboard page. It's going to make sense in a few moments, and we're going to use this route group feature so much in this tutorial. Now inside our page.tsx file, just copy and paste this simple snippet, and inside the dashboard folder and at the same level at admin folder, create a new file called layout.tsx, which is responsible to handle all things related to providing our admin pages with sidebar, topbar, and so much other stuff. And inside it, just I'm gonna paste this simple React function. It does not do anything special. It's only rendering our content inside our page.tsx file. Here we can in a few moments later add sidebar, topbar, and so much other stuff here. I'm gonna put hard-coded values for now to implement them fully. Also, a cool trick with Tailwind that I'm gonna show you is that, for example, if I have a simple button here and if I want to customize it, I can, for example, make its width 10, height 10, and I'm gonna change the background color to, for example, blue, like this. But if I hit save, you see that only the code has been formatted. But there is an amazing utility created by open source community is that we can make these class names sorted whenever that we hit save, which is gonna save you so much time in the future and make your complex and long class names, Tailwind class names, much easier to read for you, and it will make your code base consistent between you and your other colleagues. Let me just add a few more class names like this to see it in action. To do it, just open your terminal and add a new dev dependencies like this, npm install save dev, and first of all install the prettier itself, and also another amazing library called prettier plugin tailwind css, and hit enter. Perfect. Now at the root level of your application, create a new file called prettierrc.prettierrc, hit enter, and return an object here with the key value of plugins, and for the value just provide plugins that you're going to use for your prettier config to make your code formatted between you and your other colleagues. The only plugin that I'm going to use for this tutorial is the thing that we just installed, prettier plugin tailwind css, and you can add more plugins and you can customize the rules according to your needs, but for this tutorial that's more than enough. Now let me just close this, and here if you hit save, you see that the class names has been sorted with a special rule, and also you can customize the rule inside the prettier config here, but we don't want to do this here. And for example, if I add a new class, or for example if I change the padding place from here to here and again hit save, you see that again it has been shifted to the end of our class names, which is a very cool trick to do. Perfect. Now let me just remove our extra stuff here. Now let's continue with implementing our layout structure. Inside the dashboard folder, create a new folder called underscore components here. The reason that I use underscore here for this folder, because first of all, I need to keep my different parts of application as close as to each other. The similar functionalities must be together because it's much easier to read, understand, and scale the future. But also, I don't want to interrupt the Next.js internal routing, and all of these routes starting with underscore is going to be ignored by Next.js, and it does not affect the Next.js default routing system, which is a cool feature. So the folders starting with underscore, we are using them to put different hooks, component, and utility functions, but you can also continue with folder name without components, but it's a good thing to do in my opinion, but you can continue with no underscore at all. And inside it, create a new file called dashboard layout.tsx, and here I'm going to return a simple dashboard layout. To save you time, I'm going to remove the parts that are repeated in the tutorial to save you time, but this is our consistent way of creating components in this tutorial. We create our components file name in kebab case. For our component properties, I'm going to use the file name, the component name itself with the props at the end, and like this, I'm going to describe the values coming from them, and I'm going to export all of our components like this way, named export for consistency, and this is my preference, but you can also return it like this, dashboard layout, but it's all of your preferences. Perfect. Now inside the dashboard layout, I'm going to return our children. Here, I want to, first of all, specify the state to open and close my sidebar, and I'm using React state like this, starting with false value, but because we are using browser and client functionalities, we are going to make and use the use client directive to make our component to be client rendered instead of server rendered, because if we don't do this, the Next.js will throw us an error that we must convert it and this component into a client component. After that, for our layout, I'm going to use only the flex for the wrapper div. Then I'm going to create the trigger to open and close the sidebar menu from the Radix UI library that we just installed, import it .root. You can also always refer to the documentation itself to give you an idea that what this library holds for us. Then close it like this, and it needs, you need to import things from Radix UI library as suggested in documentation, like this, use an asterisk to import all of functionalities like this, and now the errors are gone. Then we need to provide the open state for it, the thing that we just did here. Then also we need to do something, then open changes, as simple as this. I'm going to provide the set open like this. I'm going to get the current state of our collapsible and pass it to it, but for simplicity, I'm going to just pass the set open like this, and then I'm going to pass and use the collapsible trigger like this. And because we are going to put another button inside it, so I'm going to use as child here. I'm going to tell you what this is for in a few moments. Then inside it, I'm going to import and use the Shadcn button. For the size of it, I'm going to use icon to make it smaller, and the variant of it is going to be outline for our design. And inside it, I just want to render a simple menu coming from Lucid Icons library, which is installed by Shadcn CLI itself. Perfect. And if we don't use this as child property here for our collapsible trigger, it causes two buttons become nested in each other, because this collapsible trigger is also a button. And if we use our Shadcn button, it causes hydration errors and so errors, because two buttons nested in each other is not accessible at all by search engines and Next.js server itself. So we are telling this that put all of the functionalities and merge them from our collapsible trigger with this Shadcn button here. Now, beside it, I'm just gonna create another collapsible route here to make our content rendered whenever our trigger is opened like this. Again, provide the open state and handler like this, hit enter, hit save, and the collapsible content. For now, I simply pass the content here for you to see better in a few moments, and that's it. Now open the file explorer, and inside our layout.tsx file, which is going to be used by Next.js itself to render pages inside our layouts, I'm going to wrap all of our children components inside our newly created dashboard layout. And let me just import it like this. Perfect. And now if you head over to your browser and go to admin route here, we see that our button is here. Let me just make it bigger. Our collapsible button is here, and whenever we click on it, the content will show to us. And if I again click on it, it will close with great accessibility in mind. We can do it with keyboard. It will focuses automatically and so much other stuff that we do not need them. Now let's continue with our sidebar and our admin dashboard layout. Let me just remove the content value here, make things bigger a little. And then here for our collapsible content, I'm going to render our sidebar here. I'm going to use a div here, the class names. Let me just close it. I'm going to make the background of this section as the background defined in our CSS variables. I'm going to make it always visible by using display fixed. I'm going to attach it to the top screen, attach it to the left side of the screen with the height of our screen, width at 64, with border and a little bit padding here. Hit save. And here we're going to put our different sections of our menu. For the first part, I'm going to render the open and close menu button, but wrap them inside a div with flex, display, and items align center, and justify content center again to make things easier to read. Then for the name of our menu, just I'm going to put admin dashboard, for example, and the class name, I'm going to pass the font semi-bold here. Now, because the trigger when our sidebar is closed is different from when it is opened, and when it is open inside the content itself, I'm gonna add a new collapsible dot trigger here again, as before, pass the as child property again, and here just pass the button with the size of again icon and the variant of outline, and just render here a chevron left and import it from Lucid icons. Now here, as you can see, we have our menu button as before, but if you click on it, you see that our heading is here, our chevron, left chevron is here, and we can open and close our menus like this. And in a few moments, we're going to add animation suite and make things visually better and better user experience. Now let's continue with our content styling. Add class name property here, class name like this. I'm going to use fixed display, top 0 and left 0 to make things attached to left side of the screen. And I'm going to bring them up a little bit by changing the Z index. And I'm going to use HDVH here to make content as the same height of our screen. But the reason that I didn't use a screen here is that I'm going to use the dynamic value for the height of our screen, because modern browsers, especially mobile browsers, screen height might changes whenever you scroll down or up, but we need the content of our sidebar always be visible whenever whatever the height of the user's screen and browser is. But we can also use a screen here, but I prefer DVH here. Now, to make things beautiful and animated, I'm going to add a new property, transition trans. For class name, I'm going to set the duration of 300 milliseconds, and let me just change these double quotations into backticks to make and render dynamic strings like this. And here, if our menu is open, I'm gonna bring all of the content into the screen, and if it's closed, I'm gonna move all of our sidebar out of the screen like this and make it animated. If you head over to your dev server, you see that the animation is not working. It has a good reason. It's because that for our collapsible content, we need to add the force mount property here. The thing that this does is that make the content of our sidebar be visible by our browser arm DOM and React itself. And whenever we close it, it stays in the DOM. And whenever we open it, instead of opening and close it with no animation, it causes this animation that we have defined here to be displayed to the user and make our collapsible menu animated. Now, if you open and close your menu, you see that it has been animated by adding the force mount property to our content. But if you see here, we see that whenever our sidebar is opened, all of our admin content are below it because we have not make the children to be moved whenever that our sidebar is open. So let's fix it. I'm gonna wrap all of our children inside a main component here, main element. Then for the class name, I'm gonna return transition margin here to make margin changes transitioned. I'm gonna use 13 value for margin top. I'm gonna use flex 1, padding 4. The duration of animation, I want it to be 3 milliseconds. And whenever our sidebar is opened, I'm gonna shift my page content by 64, and whenever it's closed, I'm gonna use margin left 0 to make them return to their starting point. So whenever I open and close my sidebar, you see that everything is animated perfectly, and the content also shifts according to the bits of our sidebar. Also, I'm gonna install, let me just clear everything here. I'm gonna install, not install, using Shadcn to add a simple component called separator, which is a simple line. Select second option. Then here at this part, below this div here, I'm gonna add and import the separator, import it from components folder, add a margin y of 2. Then we are gonna render our routes in the sidebar here, class name margin top 4. And to show you what this is gonna be like, use hard-coded routes like this, route 1 and route 2, for example. And this is our separator, and our routes are going to be rendered here. Now let's create the real routes and their groups. For our sidebar, head over to the top of the file here, and exactly here create a type called route group type to specify the shape of our route group object. Each route group is going to have a group of type string, which is the name of the route group itself, and there is multiple items inside it, which is of type this, an array of href, which is presenting the route that it is linking to, a string, a label of type string, and also an icon of type react node. Perfect. Now create the route group itself, route groups, which is of type an array of route group type like this, and then I'm just gonna paste these values here, make it smaller for you to see better. The name of our group is foods management, which mostly the admin have access to it. Let's import the icons here like this, and for each icon I have decided to put a little margin and make it a little bit smaller to fit in our sidebar. And also I'm gonna add another route group, but this time this is for our client or customer, which, let me just import this icon here, which you can in the future add more routes to it, but it's more than enough for this tutorial, and you are going to learn so much things from these routes only. And after that, we have implemented our authorization system. And if you recall that on our database, we have specified 2 roles for our users, one admin and another one is our client or user, that we want the user to have access, the admin to have access to these routes, and the user or our client to have access to these routes. And in the future, we're going to implement it. Now, instead of directly rendering these values inside our dashboard layout, I prefer to create a separate component for it, exactly here, or in another file if you prefer it. But for simplicity, I'm going to create a new file, a new component, called route group, and then I'm going to return a React component like this. And also for its type, I'm going to, as before, put the name of the component, route group, and props at the end. And the type of it is going to be route group type, the type here that we just created. And then from it, we just put it here, route group props. And from it, I'm going to get the group itself and its items inside it, because the route groups in our sidebar are also of type collapsible. First of all, I'm going to define open state for it like this with initial value of false. Then because whenever the user has selected a route, I also want to highlight it in the sidebar. So I need the path name hook from provided by the Next.js itself, import it from Next.js navigation. This is exactly the part that I was talking about. Whenever the user is inside the categories page, I want it to be highlighted, and also for other routes. Then let me make things bigger and change this div to collapsible.root, provide the required properties like this. Inside it, as before, return a trigger with the asChild property again, and inside it return a button, which inside it I'm going to render the group here, which presents the group name. And also for the style of this button, I'm going to use less opacity and a little bit more grayish color. For the text of it, I'm going to make it to fill the sidebar, and the font width, the font weight, I want it to be normal instead of medium. And again, we have to specify the variant, but here I'm going to use ghost instead of outline. And beside each label, I also need to render a chevron that points to bottom when the group is closed and points up whenever it's open, to indicate the close or open state of our collapsible route group. Here again, let me just first of all put the icon here, import it from Lucid React. I'm going to rotate it with an animation, so I need to provide the transition transform, and instead of double quotation, use backticks here. And if the route group is open, I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees, and if not, do not change it at all. And also, to make things inside our button, the label and the icon better to understand and user friendlier, I'm going to make it of type flex and justify things between like this, and you can see it in a few moments. For the content of it, again, use collapsible.content exactly below our trigger, and also don't forget to put force mount to make it animated. And because I need the content inside each route group to be animated when opening and closing, there are so many ways you can do it. We can use raw CSS, Tailwind, and other libraries, but for this tutorial and to show you the capabilities of handling this scenario, animating, collapsing, and expanding of our route groups, I'm going to use a library called Framer Motion to give you an idea what you can do with it with only JavaScript without writing a single line of CSS. And also, in the latest major release of it, the bundle size problems have been fixed, and you can easily add it to your bundle size without worrying about your bundle size to increase a lot. And currently, it has a very amazing tree shaking capabilities to reduce your final build. To install it, you can use the npm install Framer Motion, and to use it, just instead of using raw HTML elements, you just only need to put a motion provided by this library, and then use your desired HTML element. But in the latest major release, instead of installing Framer Motion, because now Framer Motion has become a multi-purpose library for all major frameworks for Vue, Angular, and React, you only need to install the Motion library and import the desired components and utilities from this route. And as simple as this, you can animate your components without writing CSS. And for example, to your raw div element here, you can now pass animate property and specify, for example, for the opacity attribute, that whenever, for example, the component is visible, it must be 100% visible, and otherwise we must hide it. And the transition between full opacity into 0 is pretty smooth, and we're going to see it in a few moments. Open your terminal and install the Motion package like this. Perfect. Now, above of your component, import Motion from Motion/React. Then come down here, and inside the collapsible content here, instead of using div here, I'm going to use motion.div or any HTML element that you want. And first of all, I want to add a few class names not related to animating it. Just I'm going to add and make it flex column with a gap of 2. And whenever our element is not open, I'm going to make the pointer events none to prevent the user from clicking it whenever it's hidden. And if it is open, nothing. Then for animating it, I'm going to start with the initial value, and I want to make the height of this collapsible 0 and opacity 0, and it's going to make sense in a few moments. We are simply specifying the initial starting point of our component that we are telling the motion framer motion library that whenever you're mounting the component into the DOM, start with height 0 and opacity 0. And later on, if you want to animate it, we are using the animate property. And as simply as this, we're going to specify that the height, whenever it is open, I'm going to make the height of it into auto or initial or whatever that you prefer. And the opacity, whenever it's open, I'm going to make it 1 or full. And whenever it's closed, into 0. And for more advanced features, you can also specify the duration. First of all, use the transition property. And inside it, you can use the duration variable here. And I'm going to change it to, for example, 200 milliseconds. And for the curve of this animation, we have so many options here, but out is my preferred choice. And inside the animated div itself, I'm going to start rendering and looping over the items here, items.map. And in each iteration, I'm going to call it item. Then for each item, I'm going to return a button. Don't forget to specify the key of it to, for example, item.href. Then for each button, I'm going to add a class name of bits full to make it fill up the route group container. I'm going to attach it to the start of its container, and I'm going to reduce the width of it a little bit. The variant of it must be link. Then also I want to provide another property called aschild. We have talked about it before because we want to render inside it another component called link, and don't forget to import it from next link. And by simply passing this prop here, the properties of this button and this link will be merged together, and at the end on our DOM, we're only gonna see an A tag instead of a button and an A tag nested inside it, because the semantic rules of HTML force us to not nest an A tag inside a button because they are two different things for different purposes. But because we want to use the styles of our button and the functionality of our link, we're gonna use this aschild here. Then for your link component, which is provided by Next.js, it's gonna handle prefetching, client routing, server-side routing, and so much other stuff provided by Next.js. We must always provide an href, and we're gonna use the href on our items. And also I want to customize the content inside this link like this, flex items center. I'm gonna make it rounded a little bit, padding on x-axis 5, padding y 1, and I'm gonna transition colors, or for simplicity all here. Then, and I want it to have these styles, dynamic styles, whenever it is selected or whenever it's not like this, using the current path name of user. And inside it, I'm gonna first of all render the icon of our route, and again the label of our route with the class name of text small and the label of our item. And our route group has been finished, so let's use it inside our component. Head over down, and exactly here, instead of using hard-coded routes, just map over our route groups. But as you can see here, I have done a mistake. Just head over to the route group itself, and instead of using it as a single option, add an array here, and again head over to your route component, route mapping here, and with this way we are mapping over our route groups, and for each iteration we are using the route group data and route group component that we just created now. And here you can see your sidebar. As you can see, let me just refresh the page again. We have a beautiful collapsible sidebar, and each items inside it will be animated according to the state of it. But there is a problem here because the button is attached to the sidebar title. To fix it, just head over here, and instead of making it justify center, make it justify between. And again, you can see it has been fixed. And now, but if we click on it, we will be redirected to 404 page because we have not implemented these routes, but our sidebar is mostly finished for now. Now, for the next part, we're gonna implement this avatar section here and the theme toggle capabilities to enhance the user experience. So let's head over to it. Now, here at the starting of our dashboard layout, instead of using flex here, because we are gonna put other buttons here more than our menu like theme toggle and user avatar, we need to first of all change the background of it. Instead of being transparent to our background color, and currently this will serve as our top bar, so I'm going to make it fixed, make it become above other components, use flex. The height of it I want to be 13, the width of it would fill entire screen. I want to make the items inside it vertically aligned, and I'm going to make items here separated from each other. I'm going to add default border and a little bit padding between start and end of it. Also, I want to make the menu trigger button a little bit readable by making its height to fill entire top bar, and also the trigger I want to have a little bit spacing around it, so I'm gonna use margin 2. And exactly here, just create a div here with the class name of flex. Inside it here, I'm gonna implement the theme toggle in the future, and now we can start designing the avatar drop-down menu or popover like this. Import it from the components folder. But before we continue, don't forget to install the avatar components provided by Shadcn like this. Hit enter. Perfect. And again, because the Shadcn under the hood uses Radix UI, it's very much similar to the thing that we have done earlier for our collapsible items. Here, instead of using collapsible.trigger, we are using drop down menu trigger and import it from our components here. And as before, I'm going to use as child here. Here, I'm going to render a button with the variant of ghost with the class names of flex, height 9, make items vertically centered, gap of 2, and add the spacing around it. Inside the trigger button, just use the avatar component from Shadcn, import it from components folder again. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger than usual by providing size 8. If you don't know what size is, instead of providing width of 8 and height of 8, I'm gonna use a shorthand property syntax like this. Then for the avatar fallback, don't forget to import it. I'm gonna use a hard-coded value here, and later on we're gonna make it real. And also for the label of it, I'm gonna for now put admin here and with the class name of hidden on smaller devices and visible on larger devices. Then after the trigger, we can now start specifying the content of drop-down menu content. It's very much similar to the raw thing that we have just done by using the internal Radix UI library, but I just wanted to give you an idea that handling these components and creating them from scratch is pretty much easier, and you can do whatever that you want. In this tutorial, we have done both of them. So for the content of it, I'm gonna align the popover content at the end with the class name of width 56, but don't forget to again import it. Inside it, first of all, I'm gonna return drop down menu label and call it my account like this. Import, add a drop down menu separator, and below our separator I'm gonna render the content of our avatar by pasting this here. Again, inside the popover itself, we're gonna specify the fallback value as hard-coded value, and later on we're gonna make it real and dynamic based on logged in user. and we're going to render the name of the user and his email. Also, after the div here, I'm going to add another drop down menu separator, and below it, I'm going to render a drop down menu item here, import it, and for the onClick property of it, like this. After that, we have implemented our authorization system. We're going to handle the logout process here, but for now, we're going to fully define our interface shape, and I'm going to make this variant to be destructive. It makes it red because it's a logout button, and inside it, I'm going to use a logout button provided by Lucid React with the size of 4, and here I'm going to write logout word. Now, if you head over to your application, ignore this admin here. This is our newly created popover here that whenever we click on it, the details of the user will be shown here, a logout button, and it is pretty much accessible. You can close it using escape or clicking outside or losing focus and so much other stuff with the least amount of code. Now let's implement the theme toggle capabilities, which is pretty much straightforward with the power of Tailwind and Shadcn and another library that we're going to install called Next Themes. So open the terminal again, clear everything, and install a package called Next Themes to give us the capability of toggling our theme mode between dark and light. Then open your file explorer and collapse everything here. To implement this functionality, we need to wrap all of our project inside a provider file, and because it's not related to any specific module or route group here, we're going to define it outside the app folder here. It's my personal preference, but you can create it here, inside here, but because we're going to share it between client route groups or auth route groups, I prefer it to be here. So inside our components folder, I'm going to create a new file called provider.tsx. Also, this file is going to be multi-purpose at the future because we're going to wrap so much things around our project, like our React query provider, our theme provider, and so much other stuff. Now here, I'm going to paste these few lines here. We're going to create a providers component, but let me just make the provider component name to providers because it makes more sense. I'm not going to explain what is happening here because it's mostly recommended by Next Themes and Shadcn instructions to how to make our project multi-theme. The thing that you need to know is that currently we have access to also our dark mode palette inside our global.css here, these variables here, whenever that we want, and we can easily handle default theme of the user or system thing and so much other stuff without worrying about hydration errors and other stuff. And at the future, we're going to wrap and extend these providers file with our React query and other providers. Then head over to your layout file at the root level of app here and head over down and wrap everything inside the created providers. Here, make it providers and import the providers file. That's it. Also, currently, if you head over to the console of our browser, we're going to see so many warnings and errors about hydration errors, but we can disable them, and it's totally safe by providing the suppress hydration warning like this on the HTML tag here. And that was it for wrapping our total project inside providers. And now it's the time to create these theme toggle capabilities to our top bar. Now again, inside the components folder here, create a new file called theme toggle.tsx, and inside it, I'm going to paste the theme toggle button and its menu. Because we have done it so many times in this tutorial, I have copy and pasted a few lines here. First of all, we need to get the use theme hook from Next Themes library that we just installed. We're going to import all of our desired components, required components from Shadcn, and don't forget to make it use client at the top of the file. We have our trigger button with correct icons and our content for light mode, dark mode, and preferred system settings. And for each of them, we are going to create an on-click handler and passing the correct value according to the menu item using the setTheme method provided by useTheme hook. And as simple as is. Now to use this component, just head over to the dashboard layout file here, and exactly here, just import the theme toggle component from your components file. And now if you head over to your application, we see that we have light, dark, and system mode themes, because currently my current system theme has been set to dark. It automatically inferred it and made the theme of the application to dark, and it's so much easier on the eyes. But I want to put these two buttons, the avatar and the theme toggle button, at the end of this container. So let's fix it. To fix this issue, just wrap all of the content here inside a flex container here like this. Cut all of these and paste it inside it. And also I need to find the closing tag of this div here, which is here. Then I'm gonna cut it, and but I cannot easily cut it because my ID is currently annoying me. So first of all, I'm gonna comment it, then remove it. Then I'm gonna come here and exactly around after the layout button, I'm gonna close the div tag that I was talking about. Now the buttons are correctly aligned, which is perfect. Perfect. Now till this point of the tutorial, we have fully implemented the dashboard and admin layout structure. And now we can move on to create the entities, forms, and lists, and interacting directly with our database inside the user interface. So let's get to it. For the first part that we want to implement, I have decided the category CRUD operations, which we can create, edit, or even remove the categories for our application, that then inside the foods form, we can select our category, desired category, and assign it to our food. So let's implement this part, the categories part, for our application. Now close everything, collapse everything, and head over to the src app dashboard and admin. Then create another folder here to make our routing system a little bit more organized. I'm gonna call it foods management. Inside it, I'm gonna create another folder called categories, and inside it, I'm gonna move the page at the root of the admin to this location. And if we try to open it inside our browser, admin/foods management/categories, but I forgot something. Let me just change the admin to, for example, categories here. Perfect. Now this is our categories page, and if I open this sidebar, you see that the categories page has been selected automatically and is currently in active state. Now we need to find a way to interact with our database. So inside the categories module here, create a new folder called services, and inside it create another file called category queries.ts. This file is going to be responsible to gather all of the database queries that we need for our application, whether we want to fetch a list of something or a single entity from our database. We're going to do all of them here. So in other words, in this file, we're going to read data from our database, and all of these functions inside this file are going to be run on the server for the best security and performance. So let me just close the file explorer here at the top of the file. Because we want to run these functions on the Next.js server, we need to specify that this file and all of its functions are going to be run on the server by using useServer directive. Then for our first function, I'm going to read and get all categories on the database like this. Create an async function called getCategories, and inside it I'm going to return await db. Let me just import it, db.category.find many like this. Now, if you hover over your function, you see that this function is going to return for us a promise which present our categories on our database. And at the end, we're going to export this function and other functions if there was any. Now, we can use this function inside our application and our server components. But the problem is that we need to also handle caching this data, refetching it again if we have created a new category or edited or even deleted, and so much other stuff that handling them manually is pretty much difficult, hard to maintain, and so much time consuming. Also, we want to handle other stuff like adding loadings, empty state, handling errors, and so much other stuff on the client browser. So instead of using these functions directly on our server, we're going to use an amazing library which you have heard it before called React Query. So we're gonna pass this function, this query function, to our React Query and then convert it into a client hook. And after that, we're gonna use and interact with that hook instead of this query function directly. It will provide us with so many capabilities like handling errors, loading states, empty states, refetching, revalidating, and even offline mode for us very easily. So we need to install the React Query, head over to your terminal, clear everything, and install it using this command, npm install Fullstack React Query, hit enter. Perfect. Now head over to your providers here. Again, as I told you, we need this providers file to wrap our application inside different providers. And currently for React Query to work inside client components, we need to wrap entire application inside query client provider like this and wrap everything inside it. Currently IntelliSense is not working for me. I don't know why. Let me just import it manually. Import query client provider from Fullstack React Query. And also we need to also provide a client to it, and I'm going to call it query client like this. And top of our file here, I'm going to create our query client like this by using new query client class here. And as simply as this, we have enhanced our project with React Query. Then we can use React Query for this query function. So inside services, create a new file called use category queries like this. As you can see here, I want to make the namings of my files into a similar pattern. I'm going to use kebab case for hooks and React components, and camel case for raw TypeScript and JavaScript files and types. It's not much into it, it's just my personal preference. Then we need to head over to this file and create a hook called use categories, a custom hook for our project. And here I'm going to return another hook from use query from Fullstack Query. Then for the query key, I'm going to provide name of my entities. I'm going to call it categories. And for the query function, I simply pass the get categories file function that we just created earlier. If this does not make any sense to you, I have a full course for free on my YouTube for React Query that you can check it out. It's pretty much up to date and it's beginner to advanced. You can check it out. Now I'm gonna export it again here like this. The thing that this custom hook does is that it's gonna enhance the get categories with so much capabilities that we just talked before, and we can also use it inside our client components rather than just server components. But before we continue with the tutorial, I really appreciate it if you leave a like on the video, subscribe to if you are not, and also leave a comment down below if you have any problems regarding tutorial. It means a lot to me. Thanks a lot. In software development, whenever we deploy our application on production, we should expect so many strange and unexpected things that might happen whenever our users are using our application. So we must consider all types of scenarios, issues, and errors that might occur on the production. Although we can decrease problems and issues before deploying on production, we cannot 100% guarantee that our application won't throw any errors, issues, and other problems while it is on production. So we must find a way to handle errors, log them, and even show required messages to user. So we must find a way to handle the errors for our application and consider a good flow whenever an error occurs and make it user-friendlier. To do that, before I start implementing different schemas, real-time validations, and authorization for our application, because I always consider the error handling of every project one of the most important aspects of it, I prefer to handle the errors before we implement the features. So before creating our real-time validation schemas with Zustand and handle authorization of users with Next-auth, I prefer create functions and utilities for our application to make the errors messages user-friendlier. To do that, open up your terminal, then install Zustand for real-time validation and Zustand validation error library to make the errors generated by Zustand user-friendlier, and also the Next-auth library safe to use beta version of this library, and also I have a full course on it. But before we hit enter, during recording this tutorial, I have realized that Zustand released a major update, version 4, but in sync with the tutorial, and if you are following along, just make sure that you are installing the version 3 of Zustand. Not a big deal, between 3 and 4 version are most critical, but to make things easier to follow, just make sure you are in the 3 version and hit enter. Perfect. Now that everything has been installed, open the File Explorer, head over to the lib folder in the src, and create a new file called geterrormessage.ts. In this file, we're gonna make all of the different error messages that might occur in our project, as I told you, more user-friendly. For example, because we are using real-time data validation with Zustand, we are interacting with our database with Prisma, and also we are authorizing our users, we should expect so many strange and different errors, error messages, and error codes in our application. So let me just paste the required code here, and I'm gonna explain you what this is. Just before the tutorial, I have prepared the error codes of Prisma and their meaning. They are all in the documentation, and I have created a map of them, which the first element of each map means the code of the error, and the second one means its meaning. So for example, whenever P2011 error occurs in our database, it means that whenever creating or editing an entity on our database, a field might left null or undefined or without a value, and so on for other possible errors for Prisma. And with this way, instead of showing this error to user or even for us, we're gonna show this error message or this one or log them in our console for user or us to debug our application better or find the solution to the occurred error. Now, for the getErrorMessage function itself, first of all, we are going to provide our error, which is of type unknown, because all errors in all applications, we don't know any about them, so we pass unknown as its type. Then we start handling the error. If the error is instance of the auth error, which we are importing this class from Next-auth library, if it means that there was something when the user was logging in or some other authorization problem, so we're gonna return this error message. If the error is instance of Zustand class, first of all, we are using this utility from the library that we just installed to make the error messages from Zustand user-friendly. Then we are gonna convert the returning message object into a string and return understandable error message. If the error is of type Prisma client here, first of all, we're going to return the code from the error object. Then we're going to get the corresponding error from our defined map items by providing the error code itself. Then we're going to return it. Also, we can continue and making it more customized to our needs. For example, if a special error code has been occurred, we can also access the error object and show the user a very customized error like this. And if we cannot handle any error, or maybe an unexpected error has been occurred, we simply show the user this error because we couldn't find the corresponding error. And you can extend this function according to your needs and expand it. And whenever we want to show the user a specific toast message or even logging it into our server console, we're gonna pass the unknown error object to our function. Then we are gonna get the correct error message that we can read and also the user can understand. That was for it, and we're gonna use this get error message function in our application later on. Perfect. Now let's continue with Let's continue with the rest parts of our categories CRUD operations. So head over to the File Explorer, and inside our categories module, we can see that we have defined our queries and hooks for our category queries like this before. That is more than enough for handling our queries and reading or getting data from our database. But mutating something on database, I mean creating, editing, and deleting entities on our database, might require some extra error handling, or for example, before running a specific operation on our database, maybe if we want to do some other things like stopping some operations or limit the operation, better handle the errors and so much other stuff. So to do that, I'm going to create a utility function called execute action whenever we want to run a query or action on our database that causes our database to be mutated in some way. So inside the lib folder again, I'm going to create a new file called execute action.ts. Perfect. And here I'm going to paste these few lines here, and we're going to go through it step by step. Also, you can enhance the functionality of this function according to your needs. This is bare minimum required for this function. We want, first of all, our execute action utility function accept an action function. This might be something that is interacting directly with our database, like deleting, editing, or doing something else on our database, whatever that it is. And inside the function itself, first of all, we're going to run it, but inside a try-catch block like this. And whenever an error occurs, we're going to throw another error here, but this time with the readable format of that error with the utility that we just created earlier here. The reason that we have done this here, that we are throwing a new error instead of returning it, is that whenever an error occurs on the server of Next.js, it's not possible to pass that error directly without changing it to the client components, because it's the rules of server components, server actions in general in Next.js that only serializable data can be passed from server components into client components. And some errors might be a very complex and cyclic object that it's not possible for Next.js engine to pass them on our server to the client, because first of all, sometimes our client needs to know that what has been happened, but first of all, we want to handle the error object and make it less sensitive and also make it human readable, and also converting it to a string that can be easily passed from server to the client. And on the client side, can easily catch this error and handle this error in another way, like showing the user a toast message or handling it in another way. Also, these three lines here, we also need to use it here if we want to our application to work correctly, because by some reasons, whenever an error occurs on the server of Next.js, it causes a full redirection if you don't pass it, if you don't handle it like this. And if you remove or comment these lines, and whenever an error occurs, we cannot access these other lines and make our error messages easier to understand. So we should put these lines here and import the isRedirect error from this path from Next itself. Now to use this function, just open the File Explorer and inside the services folder here, create another file called category mutation.ts. And here I'm going to create a function called delete category, which is responsible to deleting our created categories. It is of type async, and it's going to accept an ID of type number because our IDs on our database is of type integer. Then here I'm going to do an action by calling the execute action function and pass our action function like this, which will remove the desired category from our database where the ID is equal to ID. But for simplicity, I'm going to return the second ID here. And this way, Prisma will delete the category that we want to remove from our database. And at the end, as usual, I'm going to use named export format to export it. And like the same thing that we have just done for our queries, we're going to do the same, but this time for our mutations. So I'm going to create a new file called use category mutations like this. And inside it, we're going to use our mutation function for deleting our category, but converting it into a hook. I'm going to call it use delete category. And then I'm going to return another hook from React query like this. For the mutation function, I'm going to pass another callback, and it's going to get the ID from the client itself. Then I'm going to safely call the delete category on my server by passing also the ID from the client. And also React query provides us with another amazing hook called onSuccess that only will run whenever our mutation function here runs without any error. For now, I simply return a callback here like this, and then I'm going to show user a toast here with the message that category deleted successfully. Then the beauty of React query here is that whenever our mutation on our database is done, here more specifically, I mean that whenever a category has been deleted from the list of categories that currently user is viewing, instead of getting the list data again and doing it manually, by the power of React query, we can do it pretty much easy. First of all, I need to get the query client by use query client from React query. This variable contains all data and cached data and all possible states for React query inside our application. And then if the category has been deleted successfully, I'm going to call the query client and invalidate queries method on it. Then I'm going to invalidate a specific query by providing its exact query key. Where should we find it? Just head over to your use queries file here, and you can see we have specified this query key for the list of queries that user is currently seeing. And whenever we delete a category from our list, we need to fetch this query key again, but we do not need to do it manually, and we just tell React query that this query here has been invalidated, and it automatically goes and fetch the correct data again. So I'm going to copy this key here, then I'm going to paste it here as simply as this. Now let's also implement toast message that user should see. Open the terminal and use npx shadcn latest, add the sonar, which is an amazing library and modern way to show user toast messages. Hit enter. Second option, perfect. This is exactly the toast message that I was talking about, which will do all this stuff behind the scenes for us. Also, you can add it manually like this, but we have installed it onto our project like this. But before we implement it here, we need to wrap our project around it. So inside our providers component here, I'm going to add the toaster from our components folder like this inside our theme provider here. And now we can easily instantiate a toast message to the user from wherever that we want in the client. Now let me just get back to it, and here import the toast from sonar. Then I'm gonna show it as a success message. I'm gonna show the user the category deleted successfully like this. And at the end, just don't forget to export the hook we just created. Now we can simply start working on the category cards. the list of categories where user can see each category, delete them, and edit them. So let's get into it. To start with that, open the File Explorer, and inside the Categories folder, create another folder called Components. Then inside it, create another file called Category Cards.tsx. Perfect. And here, let's start creating our category cards component like this. Simply return, for now, cards here. Then, first of all, initialize the queries, the category queries that we just created. Import it from correct path. Then, our delete category mutation that we just created just now, import it. And to give you a reference, we are creating something like this component here. We are going to iterate over our categories on our database, show the label of our category, action buttons like editing and deleting our categories like this. So let's implement it. So here, let me just remove the cards here. I'm going to create a div, the class name of grid, and I prefer a 4 columns grid. Now that we have our queries initialized here, we can get the data and map over each item like this. And for each item, I'm going to return a div here. Don't forget to put the item ID as key here. Then for each category card, I'm going to use a PG accent here, flex and flex column here. Let me just make it a little smaller, justify between, gap of 3. I'm going to make each card a little bit rounded, padding of 6, and a little bit shadow to make it more visible. Now for the name of it, for the label of the category, I simply use the item dot name like this. Then I'm going to use the grade utility class called truncate from Tailwind that makes the text overflow hidden and doesn't let the text to be broken into multiple lines and mess up with our layout. After that, we need to implement the action buttons, a simple flex container with a gap of 1. I'm going to use the button here to render an edit icon inside it. Then I'm going to change the size of the icon into 6. This is a shorthand for this, width 6 and height 6, but instead of doing it, we're going to use this shorthand syntax. I'm going to use the variant ghost and make the size a little bit smaller. And for the onClick handler, for now, I just simply put an empty handler. Now for the delete action button here, let me just copy this and again paste it. Instead of edit icon, I'm going to use the trash icon. And here, when the user clicks on it, I'm going to call the delete category mutation and mutate it, call the mutate handle callback function on it with the ID of the category. Perfect for now, and at the end, don't forget to export the category cards component like this. Now open the File Explorer, and inside the page.tsx, inside categories folder, I'm gonna render our new categories cards component like this, and just make sure the server is running. Then inside the browser, we see that we have an error because we forget to make the category cards component a client component like this. Now, this is our categories component here, but we have no categories on our database, so let's create some entities. To do that, just open another terminal here and again run the studio client of Prisma and head over to this address on your browser, and inside the category table, add a new table with the name of, for example, fruits or something else. Then click on save one change. Perfect. Now head over to our application here. We see that our new fruit on our database is showing inside our application. And if you notice, you see that we didn't even need to refresh the page to load new data because we are using a combination of Next.js with the power of React query, and we don't need to worry about fetching data when the user opens the window again or when the data becomes stale or invalid. All of it is handled by React query, exactly the hooks that we just created here, as simple as this. Now, if we click on the delete button here, we see that nothing happens, This is because that inside our category mutations here, we forgot to make this file a server file to make this file only executable on the server. Now, if you head over to our application and click on the delete button, we see that our card has been deleted from our database and an alert has been shown here. But the problem here was that maybe user accidentally clicks on the delete button here, and this causes unexpected results for the user. So we need to show a confirm message to the user. By confirmation, I mean a message like this. When the user click on the delete button, a confirm message will be shown here. And if the user click on continue, you see that the category has been deleted successfully. Creating these types of alerts and confirmation messages could be challenging, but I'm going to show you a very good way to handle these types of confirmation messages with the least amount of code, and you can use it in all of your projects. So let's implement it. First of all, we need to add the alert dialog component from Shadcn into our project, hit enter, and if you see this message, just press no. Perfect. And the new component has been added here inside this file here. But before we start using it, we need to find a way to open and close our alert dialogs very easily instead of every time defining an open and set open user state for our component. And also we need to be able to open and close any of our dialogs in our application from any components that we like. To do that, we need to implement the global state management for application, and in my opinion, one of the most simplest but most powerful solutions currently is Zustand here, and we're going to use it for our application. Also, I have a full complete free course on Zustand TypeScript that you can check it out. So let's get into it. Now let's close everything and first of all install the Zustand package itself and immer to mutate our state easy. After that, inside the lib folder here, I'm going to create a utility function to create multiple different instances of Zustand stores to make our code easier to maintain. And we are going to wrap all of our logic related to global state management in this component, which it makes future changes to our store much easier and really maintainable. It's going to make sense in a few moments later. The easiest way to create a Zustand store is simply like this. Const store is equal to calling the create function and import it from Zustand package. Let me just do it manually. Create from Zustand. But to make it more understandable, just make it, for example, change it to use categories store. And whenever that you want to use something from this store on your application, you just call this hook and use the variables returning byte. For example, you can change a state of a variable, or you can use the variable reactively. But the problem here is that whenever we want to create a store, first of all, maybe we want to persist our database into local storage. Maybe we want to use some middlewares like Immer, and each of them will have different setup and different implementations, and we want to create multiple stores inside our application, many of them, and for each one of them, creating a store and its config like this is pretty much hard to maintain in the future. Now let me just remove it here, and I'm going to create a store function instead of the use store hook. Then here I simply use a simple arrow function here, and I'm going to return the create function like this, and I can safely start defining the config type, the inputs of this function easily. Our store is going to have a name of a string. This is the name used to save variables on our local storage if we want to persist our data on our local storage. And we want to also specify in Zustand that wherever we want to save our data in our session or inside the local storage. Also, if we don't want to persist our data in our database, we can simply use this argument, which is a boolean, because I prefer to save all of our states on our local storage. And if the user, developer, does not want to persist data on the local storage, he can easily adapt to it by using this argument. And we can also specify which fields we don't want to persist on our store, and you're going to see its usage in a few moments, which is going to be of type string, but putting a string here is not pretty much type safe for our project, and I prefer another way using generics here to infer automatically the keys for our store whenever we want to exclude from persisting on the local storage, and it's pretty much easy inside TypeScript. But if you are not familiar with generics in TypeScript, I have another video on it, the advanced TypeScript in React, and you can check it out. So to use generics here, exactly in front of the name of my type here, I'm going to define a generic, for example, called T here, which is going to be of type object when we are using it. And here, instead of using a string here, I'm going to use an array of provided keys inside that object. For example, if the type of or shape of our store is like this, for example, is alert open, true, for example, or something else, whenever we want to exclude it, we can provide the is alert open like this, and this is going to be provided to us automatically by the LSP IntelliSense. And also we cannot put any typo here, and if we do that, it's going to be highlighted as red. Now let me just remove unnecessary stuff here, and let's use the config type here. First of all, because we are using generic inside our type, here also we need to define our generic here, which is of type, which extends the object interface. And first of all, for the first argument, I'm going to provide the state creator, or in other words, the behavior of our store, which consists of setters, getters, and also the variables themselves, which is going to be of type store creator, and let me just import it from Zustand, but not Zustand itself, but from Zustand vanilla package that provides us with so much other utilities for our store. Then first of all, I'm going to provide the shape of our state, and as I said, because we want to use the immer to mutate the store state, we are using this syntax here like this. And I'm not gonna explain this here, that why we have done it like this. If you want to know it, just check my full Zustand course here, but keep in mind that this way we can make Zustand happy in TypeScript. And also don't forget put an empty array here. I made a mistake here. This is not a store creator, it's a state creator here. And also to make this error disappear, just import the immer package from Zustand vanilla, no, not vanilla, Zustand middleware immer, and the error is gone for now, and we are going to use it in a few moments. First of all, I want to destruct the variables on the config inside our function, so I'm going to destruct it like this. I'm going to get the name, the storage, the skip persist, and the exclude from persist here. But because our config may be undefined, the TypeScript is not inferring correct type here, and for all of them it's returning any. So let's fix that. To do that, just use nullish operator here, and now we have type safe variables for our store. After that, I want to use the immer middleware, so I'm gonna create and use the immer function importing from Zustand itself, and now I can use immer whenever I want to mutate the state on our store. And if the skip persist is set to true, I simply use an early exit and return a simple store like this. Else, I simply return my store like this, but we're going to enhance it using the persist middleware. So first of all, I need to import the persist middleware from Zustand. So at the top of the file, import persist and create JSON storage from Zustand middleware package. And here, first of all, in the persist middleware, I simply put immer store here. And for the second argument, I can pass the config for the persist middleware. First of all, for the name of store, I'm going to provide the name itself, or if the user did not provide it, I'll simply use Zustand store name. For the storage type, I'm going to create a JSON storage, returning a callback, and use the storage provided by the user. And if not, I simply use the local storage. I forgot to fix it here. We're going to use the local storage of the browser. Then, if we want to exclude any keys from a store, I'm going to use partialize, and inside it, I'm using object class from entries. And for the entries themselves, like this, of our state, I simply filter, let me just make it a little bit smaller. I simply filter the keys that we don't want to use and to be persisted on our storage like this. And to make TypeScript happy here, we're gonna explicitly infer the type of it, and perfect. And at the end, don't forget to export, create a store function. And that's it. By writing a few lines of code here, we can easily handle the most complex store management and state management scenarios inside React application. And you're gonna see how much it makes our lives easier. To use it, we're gonna create our first store inside our lib folder called use global store, and inside it, and in this hook, we're gonna implement global state for application, the things like our theme color, user login status, and so much other things related to our whole project. And also because alert is one of them, because we're gonna create an instance of alert in our application, and we're gonna use it multiple times whenever that we want, and we're gonna define its config also here. So first of all, let me just define the alert config here. Each alert is gonna have a title, a description, a confirm label, the text on the confirm button, a cancel label, the onConfirm handler, which is of type void, and onCancel handler that we can handle what should be done when the user click on each button. After that, we can define the state of our global store, which is gonna have the state of our alert, which is of type Boolean, the alert config itself that the user can provide whenever open and close the config itself, and also maybe he doesn't want to provide a config. Then also each store state need to be somehow mutated. So by defining our actions type, we can define the setters function. For example, to change the alert open state, we're going to create an update alert open, and we're going to provide the state that we want whenever we want to call this, which is going to be of type Boolean. But to make things more type safe, we're going to use the alert open from the state itself. It's going to be also of type void. And also we need to define a show alert function here that we can change the global state of our current alert. For example, when we want to change the description, the title, or the handler callbacks. And at the end, I'm going to create a store type by merging the state and actions type. After that, I'm going to use it to create a use global store hook like this. And I'm going to call the create a store function that we just created by providing the store type from here. Then use the set function returning from this function. And now we're going to simply return an object. And if you use the IntelliSense of your IDE, you see that everything is inferred perfectly. So for the first one, I'm going to use the alert open. Currently, we are defining the initial state of our store. By default, we want our alert to be closed by default, and the alert config is going to be null at the initial state. And also we need to provide the functions to manipulate the store. First of all is the update alert open, and we're going to use the set provided from created create a store, we're going to use set, we're going to get the state as a callback here, and we can simply mutate our state as simple as this, because we are using the Emmer middleware for our store and this custom utility function that we just created earlier. So by the minimum syntax here, you see that we have done so much, and we're going to use these types of hooks whenever we want to implement different features for our application. And also, for example, if the user wants to close the alert message, we simply also can make the alert config into null because we don't need it. And you see here, the is variable is also inferred perfectly, which is of type Boolean. Then also for show alert function, we're going to get the config from here. We're going to get the state from the set again. And we are going to, first of all, make the alert into true alert status and the alert config on our store into the config provided by the user. So with this way, we can simply call the show alert function with the title and the description that we want inside our application, and a beautiful alert will be shown to the user. Then, because we have done so much things to make our store to be persisted into local storage, we can simply create another config object for the second argument of our create store function here. I can first of all put the name global store or whatever that you want. And also I want to exclude the alert open from our store, because I want when the user has an alert open on his window, and I want when he reloads the page or whatever that he does, it make the alert closed and change it to the default state whenever the page reloads or something else. But for other keys that we're going to add it to this function gradually, I want to make them to be persisted to the local storage. Perfect. Now, whenever that we want to use our state from each component that we want, we can simply call the store hook, and we can use whatever that we want. For example, I can get the show alert function here, and I can simply use the show alert and provide the config that we want, and the alert will be automatically opened after we implemented it inside the React component itself. But because this is the function that we're going to use so many times inside our project, so I'm going to make a simple shortcut for it. So I'm going to create an alert function. The input of it is going to be alert config, and then I'm going to use the use global store. I'm going to use the get state function on this class, and then I'm going to show alert with the provided config, and at the end of this file I'm going to export the use global store and the alert function itself. Perfect. Now all of it was for the logic side of our global alerts. Now let's implement the UI for it. So open up the file explorer, then inside the components and UI folder, create a new file called alert dialog provider.tsx, and inside it create a new component, alert dialog provider, and also return a simple component for now. Now we can simply get the variables that we want from our global store. I need alert config, alert open, and the update alert open variables and functions from our store. Then I'm going to create the handler functions, handle confirm when the user clicks on the confirm button. And if the user has provided the alert config on the store and the onConfirm function is presented on the config itself, I'm going to simply call the onConfirm function. And at the end, I'm going to close the alert itself. And also I'm going to do it another time, but now for the cancel button. Cancel here, and also on cancel here. And at the end also we want to close the alert itself. But the thing that I forgot to put here is that if the alert config is not provided by our store, we simply return an early return from our function, our component, to prevent future errors. Then we can simply return and remove these optional chain operators, And for the UI side of it, first of all, I'm gonna wrap everything inside the alert dialog from our project that we have done. We have added to our project earlier, and it has an open property, which is gonna be our alert open state. And on open change, we are gonna provide the update alert open, and inside it, I'm gonna, for the content side of things, import it from correct place. First of all, I'm going to provide a header, and for the header, I'm going to provide a title, which it's going to show the title on our config, and if the user did not provide it, we simply use a default title like this. To save time, for the description, I'm going to paste this here. We're going to show the description on our config and a default message. And after our header, I'm going to provide our footer, which is the cancel button, and also the action or confirm button. And we're going to use the correct corresponding labels and our handlers that we just created earlier. And at the end, don't forget to export the provider here. And inside the providers file, below the toaster, I'm going to put the alert dialog provider. Now we have enhanced our project with an amazing way to open and close alert messages and show it to the user. Now to see it in action, head over to the category cards component. I can simply use it by just only using the alert function that we just exported from our store file. We are going to import the alert from here. Don't use the alert of browser itself. Import it. Then here for the onConfirm handler, I simply pass the function that we just had earlier. Remove the semicolon, and let me just run again the DB Studio and create a new category. Again, for example, foods, and just remove this extra one. Perfect. Now let's get back to our project. Make sure the server is running and head over to this page and click on the delete button, and see that we have our confirm correctly showed up with the correct message, description, and you can also override these default ones. Click on continue, and you see that the thing has been done perfectly. Till this part of the tutorial, we have done so much for the base and structure for our project. Now we want to create our first form to interact with the database directly. So let's get into it. For the first part, I'm gonna install the auth validation library, and our first choice here is the reacthookform for the form side of things, and the auth validation library for validating the validity of our data. And if you want to get familiar with it, I have another full free course on YouTube for reacthookform, TypeScript, and auth, their combination, and how to use them effectively for your projects. But before everything else, inside the lib folder here, I'm going to create a custom error map.ts. By default, the errors raised from auth library are not readable for clients or common users. This way, it's pretty much maintainable, and after that, we do not need to worry about changing the error message to show it to the user whenever that we want to use something to be validated by auth. So I'm going to copy paste a file here, a custom error map file here. I'm going to use this type auth error map from auth library, and we're going to use this only one time inside the main entry of our component in a few moments, and we're going to see and check what is the code of the error. We're going to use different solutions for different errors, and for example, if the error is of type invalid type, we're going to return this human readable format. Or for example, if the string is empty, instead of giving a strange message to the user, we're going to simply tell him please enter text. And for example, for the too small issue here, we can simply show the user the correct message, and even we can use the current value for the set minimum variable whenever we want to use it inside our forms and on the server. And I'm not gonna explain all of it because it's pretty much easy to follow and understand it. And if you want to copy and paste it directly into your code base here, you can simply head over to the repository on the description down below, find this file, and copy it inside your file. This is pretty much a common use case for translating Zod error messages into something human readable. And also you can find so much other configs by simple search on the Google and GitHub repositories to handle even more scenarios generated by Zod. Now we need to use this custom mapper for the global instance of Zod inside our project. To do that, just head over to the dashboard layout inside app, dashboard, and components here. And at the above of the file here, I'm gonna import Z from Zod and call the set error map method on it. Then I'm gonna provide the custom error map to it that we just created. Now, whenever Zod wants to throw out an error, whether it's for our form inputs or the errors generated by the server, the corresponding error will be mapped to the human readable errors here, so the user knows what's going on. Now, we want to create our first form inside our application, which is the most simplest possible form here, but you're gonna learn most of the concepts required to handle the most complex form scenarios for your application. For example, here we have autofocus on the field. When the dialog opens, we have validations, correct validations according to our set validations. And also when we type something here and wherever we create our category, if you have paid attention, you see the correct loading state for the button here, the correct error message, and so much other stuff that we're going to learn in a few moments. The most important part of a form is the logic behind it to validate the inputs that user enters and make the values sanitized and safe to be sent to our server and database. To start with that, in the categories folder here, create another folder called types, and inside it create a new file called category schema.ts. Here in this file, we're going to create the schema that we're going to use to validate the data that user enters in the form and also the value that we want to send to our servers. So we are 100% sure that the data is correct. And to create a runtime validation schema with Zod is pretty much straightforward. We simply open an object here and we type the required fields that our form needs. For example, for each category, we're going to have a title, which is going to be of type string with the minimum character of 1 and the max characters of 255. Also imagine that we are creating a user schema. A user needs to have a name which is going to be of type string with a minimum character of 1 because we want it to be required, and the max character of 255. The user is going to have an email, which also Zod provides an email field, email validator by default, so we can use it. Maybe the user need to enter his age, so we're going to do the same. But the problem here is that the age, we know that it's going to be of type number, not a string. But the input that the user is typing on it always returns a string for us. So we need to coerce, using coerce to force change any type of field that is coming from this age field into number if it's possible. And also we can set again minimum age and, for example, maximum age to be, for example, something like 90 and so much other stuff that Zod provides for us. The beauty of it is that we can, first of all, use this for runtime validations, but also we can simply generate a new type from this schema using the inferring property and capabilities of Zod itself. And we have inferred the correct types from our schema that we can use inside our TypeScript project easily. So keep the concepts in mind. Let me just remove all of these user schema. That was just for demonstrations. And also change the title to name. I prefer the name instead of title. I want to show you something that we need to implement inside our schema that might be a little bit tricky. The thing is that when the user is creating a category, we're going to only send the name of the category to the server. But what if the user wants to edit something, edit a category? The thing here is that we're going to send the ID of this category also to the server beside the current edited name field, because our server needs to know what ID, what category is being edited. This is the basic CRUD operations for CRUD-based scenarios. So the thing that I need you to know here is that our form is going to have two states. One when it is being edited and another one when it is being edited. There are too many ways to handle these scenarios, but I prefer them to be in a single schema to make things maintainable. To do that, I'm gonna wrap everything here that we just created inside is.auth intersection. And for the second argument here, I'm gonna use a discriminated union. That for the first argument, I'm gonna pass the union key. It can be anything. And for the second argument here, we're gonna pass an array that simply we can define the state of our form based on the current action of our form, action here. Just pay attention that this field must be exactly the same here because it's our union key. And also I have a thorough reacthookform and Zustand course that you can check it out. I have explained this there thoroughly. And here, when the action is of type create, I'm not going to add anything to our form. And for the second element of this array, I'm going to again open up an object here. And whenever the action is equal to update, I also need to pass the ID, which is of type number, to the server and using min1 to make it required. With this way, we are 100% sure that when the user is editing and updating an entity on our database, the correct value is being sent to the server. If I give you an example that what this means, imagine that you have a type product here. A product is going to have a name, a price, and so much other fields, but we may have so much other fields specific to each product. For example, whenever we are creating a laptop, but keep in mind that this example is pretty much unrelated to this tutorial. It's just to give you an idea that what we have done earlier here. A laptop also might have the CPU model and the GPU model. And also we have phone in our products list, but a phone might have a camera model and so much other stuff here. So I want to do something like this. Let me just change this product into base product here. Then I'm going to create a global type called type product here. Then I'm going to merge the base product like this with the union intersection of laptop and phone. And also we need to specify a common unique key between the unions. To do that, I simply add a new field called type, and I'm going to use laptop here. And for the phone, I'm going to use again type, but this time I'm going to put phone string here. This is exactly equal to the action part here. We have specified a unique but common key between the states of our unions. After that we have done this, I can simply create a new product with the type of product, and the IntelliSense is helping me out. So the name of my product is going to be, for example, laptop something. The price of it is going to be 1000. Now, if I provide the type here, we have IntelliSense working. And again, if I use the IntelliSense here, we see that we have correct IntelliSense for me. And if I, for example, here put camera here, you see that the TypeScript is not happy because on the type laptop, we don't have any camera field on our product type. That was it for a short explanation that what is all of this about. After that, I'm gonna also get the type of the schema for using inside our TypeScript project by using .infer. Also, each form is gonna have a default values for its initial state, which is gonna be of type category schema. And for the initial state of our form, I'm gonna provide the action to create and the name and empty string. Then at the end, I'm gonna export all of them here, category schema, and also the category default values. Don't forget to put type here to make TypeScript happy. Now let's install the reacthookform package and also its resolvers package to connect the reacthookform with our Zod schema. Hit enter. After that, we need to also add from Shadcn the input component for our form fields, the simple label component, and also the dialog component. Hit enter. After that, head over to the UI folder here. We see that new components have been added here. You see that Shadcn provides for us a good starting point for our input component with great styling and flexible customization. But the problem here is that it's not enough for a maintainable React project where we need to also handle the errors of each input, the values, the unchanged handlers, and so much other stuff that if we do not have a specific strategy to handle these types of components, it's gonna be a headache in the future. Imagine that every time we want to create a new input for our project, we need to specify the value, the unchanged, the error, and so much other stuff that it makes our form really hard to maintain. And also, we didn't use the full power of React and the APIs that it provides. So the strategy that I follow is that from this base input style provided by Shadcn, I prefer to create another component, but I'm going to call it controlled input.tsx, that it's going to be an enhanced version of our input. So here, I'm going to create a component called controlled input. Then I'm going to return something here. And at the end, I'm going to export it for now. Then I try to define the props for it, the controlled input props, which is going to have a name which corresponds to the name of our field, a label to show above the input so the user knows what this field is, and also a container class name to let user customize the control input from the parent component. And after that, I'm going to merge this type with component props and pass the input component as generic. So now we have a type for our component here that has all of the properties of the native HTML input with enhanced fields like this, but I don't prefer the name field be of type string, and I want this name coming from the available fields on our form definition to make our project much type safe. So with the power of generics, I'm going to define a new generic called T, and it's going to extend the field values from reacthookform, import field values from reacthookform. And instead of using a string here, I'm going to use path and also import the path from reacthookform. And now whenever we want to pass the name to our control component, it's going to be auto-completed by our IDE according to the available fields on our form, and it prevents us to pass wrong name into our control component, and you're going to see it in a few moments. And then here, to use it, I'm going to again define the generic field values, and I'm going to get the class name. Let me just put the controlled input props and pass the generic T here. Perfect. I'm going to get the class name, the type, the name, the label, container class name, and I'm going to use the rest operator here to get other props that we're going to pass to our input component directly. And as I told you earlier, I really prefer to prevent props drilling inside React projects and pass the minimum required properties whenever we want to use any component. So here, instead of passing the value, unchange, and so much other stuff directly to our control component, I really prefer to the amazing API from reacthookform provided by its form context. And also don't forget to pass the generic here. Now we have directly access to the control for our form, because in the future we're going to wrap each of our form fields inside a context provider wrapper, and you're going to see it for yourself in a few moments after that we have implemented this control input. Now let's define the UI parts of things. I'm going to define a div here, and then let me just add a class name, add some class names here. And by default, I really want to make the field full size. And also I need to pass the container class name to let user customize this component from parent component. So by using the cn utility function, I'm gonna pass the container class name here. Then if the user has provided the label, I'm gonna render a label component from Shadcn, and then I'm gonna render the label itself. Also, I simply add a little bit margin between the label and the input itself, and I'm gonna specify that it's gonna be for the input field below it. Then for the input itself, first of all, I'm gonna get the controller component from reacthookform and close it like this, but you must put it here. Perfect. Then for the name of this controller component from reacthookform, I need to pass the name, the control for our form, which we got it here from our form context, and a render function to render the corresponding UI part of our field here. And let me just return something for now, an empty fragment. And here the reacthookform controller, in the callback of render function, it's going to return for us the field and also so much other stuff that you can use according to your requirements. And here, because as I told you that I want to show the user the error message directly, I'm going to get the error message from the field state. And here I simply render the input component that we just installed by Shadcn. Then I'm going to pass the type here, the ID, it's going to be the provided name, and some other stuff to make it more accessible by testers or even the users. Some area tags like this. If an error is provided, we're going to tell the users. Pass the class name like this, class name. And to save time, instead of passing all of the properties one by one, first of all, I'm going to destruct the field here. After that, I'm going to destruct the rest of the props instead of passing them one by one. And exactly below the input, if there is an error for this field, I simply render a paragraph showing the error.message with the class name of text destructive to make it red and make it a little bit smaller. This is one of the best way to handle forms inside a React project with the minimum required props. And the amazing part of it is that it's gonna handle the error messages automatically. Now the control input component is ready to be used inside the form itself, but before we start implementing the form, I prefer to handle all other requirements like creating and updating functions for our database to implement the UI all at once together. So open the category mutations component. Inside it, create a new function called create category, and here I'm gonna make the input to be of type category schema. This is the beauty of Zod and TypeScript, that we are 100% sure that what the type of the input of this function is gonna be. And here I'm gonna await execute action, and for the action function I'm gonna pass the required mutation function db category dot create a new entity by passing the required data like this. But the problem here is that sometimes we might pass unnecessary stuff from our form here that it's not required, or even a user or attacker might pass some unnecessary stuff here that are not required. So instead of passing data directly, I'm gonna destruct the object and pass them one by one. And for the name of it, let me just show you. The Prisma IntelliSense is helping us out. And for the name, I'm gonna pass the data.name. And also each CRUD operation is gonna have an update category function, exactly the same. It's gonna get category schema as input, and then exactly again, I'm gonna execute an action. For the action function, I'm gonna pass again db category, but this time calling update method. And here, first of all, I'm gonna specify where to update it, and for it, I'm gonna pass the ID and give the data.id here. But the problem here is that the TypeScript is not sure that we are passing the ID correctly to our mutate function. This is because we are using the union types, and the TypeScript is not sure that what state our form is on it. To make it much more type safe, I'm gonna narrow the type like this. If the data.type .action is equal to update, then I'm 100% sure that the data is gonna have the ID on it. Perfect. And also for the data, I'm gonna pass again the name is equal to data.name. And at the end, don't forget to export the category, create category, and update category. Now let's implement the React side of things. Open the use category mutations function, and here, to save time, I'm gonna paste these two new functions here, the use create category and use update category, import the types and the mutation functions that we just created earlier. Perfect. And at the end, don't forget to export them, use update category. And this is much exactly the same as previous use mutation hook. For creation, first of all, we're gonna get the current instance of our query client. For the mutation function, we're gonna pass the correct input and mutation. And for the onSuccess handler, we simply show a toast message to the user, and then we're gonna invalidate the categories query on our query client's cache. The same for updating, be it different message, but at the end, we also need to invalidate the query cache again on the categories key. That was for the mutation part of things. Also, we need to define new query for getting, instead of the list of categories like this, we simply need to get a single category from our database. So for the input of this async function, we provide the ID of the category that we want, and it's going to return a promise with the type of category schema. And after that, first of all, we need to get the corresponding category from our database by using db.category.find first, and where the ID is equal to ID. And at the end, we're going to simply do a simple mapping here. First of all, I'm going to use the spread operator on response. And because we need to also satisfy the TypeScript compiler, because we have specified here that the return type of this function is going to be of category schema, which is exactly the type for our form, we need to do it manually. So I'm going to provide the action, which is of type update. This means that whenever we get category from our server, we are 100% sure that our form state will be of type update. So the user may want to edit something or edit a specific category. And after that, for the name, because the response might be undefined, and to prevent future errors, I simply get the name like this from a response, and if no rain was there, I simply return an empty string, and at the end, don't forget to put ID here like this. But the thing that I just realized is that we don't need this response here because we have all of the fields that we want like this. And at the end, don't forget to export the get category function. And as before, also we need to create the hook for it. So here I'm gonna create a new hook called use category, which will return a specific category by calling the query function that we just created. So here, I'm gonna return another hook, use query as before. For the query key, I simply pass the categories name with the ID, or in other words, the selected category ID that the user wants to see. But where should we get this value? We can directly pass the selected category by the user directly into this hook or so much other ways. But if you recall, we have created a very powerful Zustand foundation for our project that we can use small stores throughout your project by the minimum amount of code, which also prevents props drilling throughout your project by a few lines of code. So you have access to this selected category ID from any place that you want, and you can update it wherever that you want. So to create it, just open the file explorer. Inside the categories, create a new folder called lips or whatever that you want, and create a new function, a new file called use category store.ts. If you recall earlier, we have created another one, but for our global store. So this time we need to only create a store for a specific module for our project. So first of all, create the state type for our store. It's gonna have a selected category ID, which is of type number, and also it might be null, and also the state of the form dialog, whether it's open or not. For the actions, I'm going to create another type. For the updating the selected category ID, I simply pass the ID as the type of selected category, which is of type void. And also let me just copy and paste it. For update category dialog open, and also pass the category dialog open, and instead of ID I'm going to change it to is, which is boolean. Then let's just create the store itself called use categories store, create a store, pass the store as a generic, and also get the setter function and return a new object for the initial state of our store. The selected category ID might be null when the store has been initialized, and also to save time, I'm gonna pass the actions and other state because we have done it earlier. One for updated selected category ID, another one for updating the category dialog open and its initial state. And also, I really like to persist this one to the local storage, so I'm gonna call the name of the object inside local storage categories store. And at the end, I'm gonna export use categories store. Now, head back to the use category queries file, and we simply can use the use categories store and get the selected category ID from our store. And let's continue with other parts of this hook. For the query function, query function, I'm gonna pass the get category query and pass the selected category ID, and then I'm gonna only call this hook whenever that the selected category ID is available. And because the selected category ID might be null, but I am 100% sure that this query function will run only the selected category ID is presented, I simply pass an exclamation mark here to tell TypeScript that I am 100% sure that at this point of executing this function, the category ID, selected category ID is presented. And again, don't forget to export it at the end. Now, let's implement the UI parts of things. In the components folder, create a new file called category for dialog.tsx and const category for dialog with the type of category for dialog props, returning nothing for now. And for the type of it, simply define a new type. And the type, the only property that I want to pass is the small trigger, which is optional and is of type boolean. Because at different parts of the tutorial and use cases, of this component, let me just show you. We're going to use a big trigger here, this button I mean, and also another use case for this component is letting the user creating his desired category wherever that he wants by clicking on this small trigger plus button, which has the exact functionality like the new category button that we just saw earlier. So with this way, with a single component here, we simply can handle all possible scenarios for the trigger shape of our button. Or if you want to pass your trigger function directly from parent to the component here, you can simply do it, but I prefer simple things to be handled simple. And then I'm gonna extract the value here, and our form dialog is gonna have, as it sounds, a form getting from the use form hook from reacthookform. For the type, I simply pass the category schema, and for the default values, I simply pass the category default values, and for the resolver of it, I simply use the Zod resolver function and pass the category schema, and also import the Zod resolver from this library that we just created earlier. As you can see, everything that we have done till this point of the tutorial is coming together perfectly. Our schema, type, our default values, and our schema itself. So now we have a super enhanced form logic for our UI that we are going to implement in a few seconds. And now, first of all, from our store, I simply get the state and their actions. I initialize our mutation and query hooks. Then I'm gonna create a new variable called isPending to show a loading state for our button, and we're gonna show the loading state wherever the user is creating a category or updating one. After that, I'm gonna create a handler function for opening and closing our dialog, and we're gonna pass it to our dialog on open change handler. And if the open input is false, I update the selected category ID on our store into null, and also reset our form into its initial state to prevent any future issues and problems. Or in other words, whenever our dialog is closed, we are reverting it to its initial state. Then for the onSuccess handler, whenever that we have an action successfully done, I simply close the dialog. And for our main handler function, I create an onSubmit function and import submit handler from reacthookform, pass the schema as a generic here. And whenever our form is on create state, I simply call the create category mutation instance, and also I'm going to pass the handle success function to onSuccess handler. And else, if the form is not on create state, it means that it's on update state. So I'm going to call this with correct success handler. Then for the UI side of things, I simply import dialog from Shadcn. For the open property of it, I pass category dialog open. For the on open change, I pass the handle dialog open change. For the trigger of our dialog, the button responsible to opening our dialog, I use the dialog trigger from Shadcn itself. When the small trigger property is set to true, I'm gonna show the user a small plus button, and if not, I'm gonna simply show the full size button or the trigger. Then exactly below the dialog trigger, I'm gonna use dialog content, import from correct place, and I'm gonna make the font of it a little bit bigger. And whenever that we have a selected category ID, it means that we are in editing phase for our form. Otherwise, we are gonna show the user create a new category title for a great user experience. And exactly below the dialog header, create a new form component from HTML itself. For the onSubmit of it, pass the form.handle submit, and we need to pass the onSubmit function that we just created earlier. By wrapping our onSubmit, this onSubmit function inside our form handle submit, we are 100% sure that we are calling this function only if there are no errors on our form. This will enhance the security of our application and prevent unnecessary calls to our servers. And then for the class name, I'll simply add a margin of 6 between each form elements. Then let's add our controlled input, then pass the category schema as a generic. As we recall earlier, we need to pass our form type generic to make our control inputs or elements more type safe. So now if I want to pass the name property, you see that the TypeScript is helping me out with the power of generic, and I'm 100% sure that this is the correct field name. And if I add something else here, you see that the TypeScript is not happy and preventing me to make a mistake. For the label of it, I'm going to pass the name of our category, and for the placeholder, I simply pass the enter category name. But if we use our controlled input like this, it's gonna throw an error that the use form context cannot be used whenever there is no provider around it. So we have decided one thing, that for each field of our form, we are not passing the value, the unchanged, the control, and so much other stuff. But the thing that only we have to do is that wrapping all of our form components inside a form provider provided by reacthookform. Hit enter and import it, and wrap everything, the control input and other stuff, inside it. And also just you need to destruct the form instance here. Now all of our components that we are going to add here has been enhanced with the power of reacthookform, as if we are passing all of the form methods and variables directly to our control input without doing them one by one. Now, exactly outside the form provider, or inside it if you want, but it's not needed, I simply create our dialog footer and I pass a button for submitting our form. And I'm gonna, first of all, if the selected category ID is presented, I simply change the label to edit. Otherwise, the user is creating a new category. And the type of this button is of type submit. And I'm gonna pass the isLoading property, the isPending property as isLoading property. So when the form is submitting, whether it's updating or creating, we're gonna see a loading state for it. But the problem is that the Shadcn does not provide us with a loading state, so we need to do it manually, which is pretty simple, and we can customize our button easily. But before we extending the button itself, let me just export the category form dialog, and everything is perfect except for the button loading state. So let's head over to it, but I forgot to do it as name export. Now head over to your button. This is our current implementation of Shadcn button, but because this tutorial is not all about styling or customizing the Shadcn components, or it's not a Tailwind tutorial, I have created before the tutorial an enhanced version of this button that you can find it on the repository down below. So instead of me write it word by word, I simply paste this enhanced component, and I'm gonna explain it to you, the parts that might be tricky. So I'm gonna paste this enhanced button. As you can see, I have added a batch variant, which I'm gonna show the user if something is happening for that button. If the user has specified some filters, he's gonna see this simple badge to enhance his user experience that something is going on. These are only related to Tailwind and how to create different variants, so I'm not going to explain it one by one because this is a Next.js full stack course. And if you scroll down a little bit, these are the same as before. Because we are expanding the base button from Shadcn, we are going to add a badge and badge variant, and also a isLoading state to our button. And then we are going to destructing them. Then if the badge is provided, we simply render it and show it here in the content. And if you want to use the button as another HTML native component, for example, a link, a paragraph, or something else, we can pass the as child to our button. And at the end, we are simply returning the content, whether it has a badge, it's a simple button, or whether it's in loading state or not. And you can enhance this button base according to your needs, but it's more than enough for this tutorial. And it's really much React based, and it's not really related to Next.js, but if you want. But the thing that I forgot to add to the category form dialog component here is that I want to change the current form values. I'm gonna create a use effect here, and then I simply add the dependencies array here. Whenever we have the selected category ID and the category query data is presented and available, I simply reset the form with the values fetched from server. So, and also add the correct dependencies for your use effect. And with this way, if the selected category ID or if the data coming from server changes, our form will be automatically updated according to the latest changes without even us handle it manually, which is perfect. Now that we have fully implemented our first form inside our meal planner application, just head over to the category page here. Then instead of only rendering category cards, add an empty fragment here, paste category cards here, and I'm gonna add the category form dialog here, but I'm gonna add also a little bit of styling to it, put a div here, and also I simply need this page to have a heading with the text of categories list here. And then for the class names, I simply make the font bigger and bolder like this. And I'm gonna add a little bit margin between the trigger button of this form dialog and the category cards themselves. Also, I'm gonna make the items centered vertically and justify between. Now, just make sure the server is running. We see that there is an error because in the controlled input, we forgot to add use client here. And also, we have forgot in the category form dialog component to also make it use client. Now, we have our first form. First of all, let me just hit on enter. We see that our correct errors have been thrown to the user, and the user now knows what is going on, and simply he can create his first category called fruits and hit enter. If you have noticed, you saw the loading state on this button. Now the user can simply delete. Again, I'm gonna create it to show you the editing capabilities. If the user click on this edit button, nothing happens. This is because we have forgot to add functionality when the user clicks on this button. So when the user clicks on this button, we only need to update our category ID, our selected category ID on our store according to the ID of this card, which is pretty simple by this point. So inside the category cards component here, the onclick here, we need to change it. So let me just first of all get the values that I want. I want update selected category ID and also update category dialog open. So inside the onclick function handler here, when the user click on edit button, I simply update the selected category ID into item.id, and also I simply open the dialog when the user click on delete. And now if we head over to our application and hit on edit, we see that the correct value from server has been binded to our form. Also, I can edit it to something else, click on edit, and you see that it has been edited, invalidated, and so much other stuff behind the scenes that we even didn't notice because we have implemented a very good structure for our project and its future. And for example, if the user wants to edit it into an unvalid state, again, he cannot. He can also edit it to something else, or even create a new category, for example, called vegetables, and this is it. Also, it would be amazing if you have loaders and skeletons whenever that these datas and cards are loading, which is pretty simple. Let's do it. To do that, inside the components, we'll create an method called category cards skeleton. And to save time, just paste this here. Also, don't forget to install Shadcn from Shadcn, the skeleton component. Perfect. Which is very simple. We are creating 12 empty cells for our skeleton so we can iterate over them. Then we are creating a flex box with a little gap between the item inside it. And for the title and for the actions, we are creating some and short. Let's see it in action. And to use them, just inside the cards itself, I want whenever the categories query is loading, I'm going to show category cards skeleton. Otherwise, open another fragment, paste all of these inside this fragment here. Hit save. And here, refresh to see that a beautiful skeleton loaders the place of cards. Perfect. Let me just show you another thing. The cards here. If we show user some warning here, whenever that there are no data for our list, improve the user experience. So for example, if the list is empty, we can notify the user, and for example, we can add a new category button here for the user to know what is going on and improve UX. I want to keep it very simple, just outside the app folder, inside the components folder, create a new component called, for example, no items found.tsx. And here, first of all, define the props type. And as a prop, I only want to pass the onClick handler from the parent to this. Then the component itself, no items found, and then return something here and put the no items props here, get the onClick from here. Then I simply want to return a div with the class name of column flex and center everything with the padding of 12 on the vertical axis, and also center the text. Inside it, first of all, I want to use an icon here. I choose this one. I change the color of this icon to primary with a margin of 2 at the bottom. And for the title of it, I simply make the text bigger and bolder. And I simply write here, no items found. Below it, add another paragraph with a less important text. So I make it grayer, add margin at the top, and make it a bit smaller. And I pass here, for example, try add new items. And for the CTA button here, I simply pass add new item, and you can see this in a few seconds. For the variant of this button, let me just import it. For the variant of this button, pass outline with the margin forward top, and for the onClick property of button, just simply pass the onClick itself. And don't forget to export it at the end. And to use it, just open the category cards component, and here to use it, if category query.data.length is equal to 0, it means that we don't have any data, so we simply can return a no items found component with the onClick property of update category dialog open whenever we click on it. To see it in action, if there are no items here, you see that the user can see this component, and whenever we click on this or on this, we can add new categories for application. Perfect. Now we have fully implemented a very robust CRUD for categories for application. And from this point of the tutorial, we will enhance the logic here that we just implemented to make much complex forms, scenarios, and even defining complex relations between various entities, for example, categories, serving units, foods, and so much other stuff. Our next step is to create another CRUD exactly similar to this CRUD, the categories CRUD, called serving unit. This is exactly the same like this CRUD. The forms are the same, only the names and variable names will be different, so you can change and enhance it later according to your needs. But the main reason that I am doing this and creating a new entity for application like categories called serving units is that I want to show you some complex form stuff and how to create relation between different entities. Let me just show you. This is the complete application. For example, if I want to create a new food, we see that we have category here and so much other stuff. And also I can add new serving unit from our serving units list or try to add multiple of them. And the reason that we want to add this CRUD operation is that to see these complex forms and relations between different entities. So let's get started. To do that and to save time, just head over to the link in the description down below for the repository and download the whole project as a zip file, wherever that you want. After that, you have downloaded and extracted, head over to the src app dashboards, admin foods management, and just copy the serving units folder inside the foods management folder here directly. And after pasting it to see if it works, instead of the categories route, enter serving units, hit enter. I forgot that I stopped the development server. Just run it again, and here hit enter and refresh the page. If you are seeing this error, this is because the main version that I developed and prepared for this tutorial, the main version is different from the one that I'm recording right now. So we need to change a simple path for application because our current controlled input is not on the control folder, it's directly in the UI folder. To do that, just head over to your application. To fix it, just open the serving unit form dialog, and instead of importing this from here, import it from this path. Perfect. Also, there is another wrong import here in the serving unit cards. This is because the naming is different for a tutorial, and you should use kebab case instead of camel case for importing for using component names and hook names for files. Perfect. Now we can see the serving units list is showing us, and we can simply add new serving units. It on create correct message will be shown. We can edit it to, for example, something else, and we can delete it, and the correct rows will be created inside this serving unit entity on our database. Now we have two CRUD operations for our application, one for serving units and another one for categories, like this. But let me just show you the complete version of our application. We're gonna in the future add these serving units, categories, and foods tabs here to improve the user experience. But currently our main goal is to create one of the most complex CRUD scenarios possible for our foods list here. You see that, as I have shown you before, we have a very complex form scenario with different validations for different fields. We can select from our categories whenever we are creating a new food, and also we can add new category here, and also for the most complex part, but we are gonna do it very simple and easy and maintainable. We have these dynamic serving units field arrays that we can add different serving units with different amounts. And to show you a scenario, imagine that the user is creating a food called vegetable pizza, and he wants to specify, for example, a new serving unit called slice, and each slice is going to be, for example, 100 grams per slice, or for example, let me just change it to 130, and the values that user enters here are for 100 grams of this food. For example, 100 grams of vegetables pizza is going to be, for example, imagine 500 calories, for example, 30 grams of protein, and so much other stuff. And we can convert the slice, and we can calculate the amount of calories that a slice of vegetable pizza is going to have. And whenever the user tries to add a vegetables pizza to his daily meal, we can specify how many grams he has eaten, and the system will calculate the amount of calories, protein, and so much other stuff easily, and he can choose what unit he's okay with. And you're gonna see this in action whenever that we have implemented the client side of things. Currently we are the admin dashboard, and here we define categories, serving units, and foods classes, and the client side the customer side, the user will use these defined foods and categories to search for the food that he has eaten in that meal, and he will know how much he has eaten in the same day or any other day. And also because the food list is going to be too many, we need to implement pagination, the filters where user can specify which category, by what type of sort, what sort order, like this. And also he can define pretty complex filtering scenarios. He can define between min and max, which is a very functional component here that we are going to implement it. And we are going to pass these filters whenever we click on apply filters, and the server will respond to us the correct values from server according to the filters, and we're going to do it in a very professional way with the least amount of code, most maintainable solution, by following the best practices whenever we want to create complex queries to our database with the power of Prisma and TypeScript. So let's implement this complex module by following the best practices and in a very easy way. So first of all, in the foods management folder, create another folder called foods and another one for the types here, because in the first step, I prefer to define the food schema itself, and I'm gonna define a food schema variable for now, import z like this from zot. And as you recall earlier, we are using intersection between zot object here and a discriminated union by putting the action as the primary key of our unions, and two other zot objects like this, one with the action of zot.literal create, and another one for the action of type update like this. And for the main part of the schema here, a food needs a name, which is going to be of type string with the minimum characters of 1 and maximum of 255. And at the end, we're going to trim the start and end of it to prevent any unnecessary or unexpected spaces. But because we are going to use this most of the time, and it is not very good practice to, for example, if you have another string field that you might want to make it required, trim it, and specify a maximum length for it, it's not a very good practice to do it like this. So I prefer to create a file that I'm gonna put all of my repeated zot patterns inside it. So inside the src folder, in the lib folder here, create another file called zot schemas.ts. First, create a required string schema, which is of type string, minimum 1, maximum of 255, and trim the start and end of it. And at the end, export it. And don't forget to import z from zot. And because I don't plan to get back to this file again, and I create some other custom validations that we're gonna need them in the future. One for regex schema, so it's gonna get the pattern, which is gonna be of type reg expression, and we're gonna coerce the input into a string, and then we're gonna check the pattern, the regex pattern on it. And also another one for password schema, because we will create sign up and sign in forms for applications, so users need to enter the required password. And the password is going to be of type string with the maximum characters of 255. And because we are going to implement some custom logic here, we're going to use the refine method on the zot class. So whenever the input changes, we're going to get the value as a string, and we are going to do some stuff on this string and do some checks. So because the password is a very special field, so we need to define also some special regex patterns for application. Imagine that I want the first character, or not first, I need the password to contain at least one small character, and only this is possible by the help of regex. So we need to define some default regex for application, which is pretty simple. So to do this, I really prefer to create a constants file in the lib folder and paste these values, these pattern values, which are regex, and we can use it throughout our project. You can type it, or as before, you can copy and paste it from the final project in the description down below. And as you can see here, I have defined some custom regex, especially for a password. For example, one minimum uppercase, minimum lowercase, one digit, one special characters, and minimum 8 characters. Also, this one is doable by Zot itself, but I just want to give you an idea. Now, save it, and here I can use simply patterns.minimum one uppercase letter, and I'm gonna test on it on this regex, the string. And if the Zot is not happy with this, I simply return a string with this text, for example, minimum one uppercase letter. And to save time, I'm gonna paste a few more validation patterns for password, hit save, one for uppercase, lowercase, and other stuff. And don't forget to export the regex schema and required password schema from this file, and that's it. Now inside the food schema here, simply instead of using this, use required string schema. For calories, I'm going to use regex schema and pass the patterns.0 to 9999. Copy and paste it a few more times. One for protein, fat, carbohydrates, one for fiber, one for sugar. Also, the user need to select the category ID from the list of categories whenever he's trying to create a new food, which is going to be of type required string. And also for our dynamic serving units list, food serving units, which is going to be of type Zot array, and pass a Zot object here. And at the end of the schema, create a new type called food schema to use it in our TypeScript, and use the inferring of Zot itself and pass the food schema to it. Then define the food default values for our form, which is going to be of type food schema, and put these initial values inside it. And at the end, don't forget to export food schema, food default values, and the food schema type here. As I showed you before, we're going to also have another form, but for our filters. Although most of the fields here, the user cannot pass wrong values, but because we want to make our application as secure as possible, and because in the future you might want to add other fields to it, we're going to define another schema, but for these filters, which is very simple. For example, for the calories field, we're going to define 0 to this number here and implement some other constraints to make it secure. So let's implement it. Inside the types folder, create a new file called food filter schema.ts. Inside it, create a new food filters schema, import z from Zot, and create a new Zot object. First of all, we need a search term, which is going to be of type string. This will be used here. Then for calories range, I'm going to create a new tuple which can hold different values similar to an array. For the first value, which is going to be the start of our range, I'm going to use regex schema and the 0 to 9999 for the start range. Then another one exactly the same for the end of our range. And then I'm gonna copy and paste again this calories range for protein range. After that, also the user can specify the category, so it's gonna be of type string. Also, user can sort the list however that he wants. So because we can sort by different columns, we are gonna use enum here. We can sort by name, calories, protein, carbohydrates, and fat. You can extend it according to your needs, and it's gonna be optional. Then for the sort order, which is self-explanatory, we have ascending and descending variations, and it's also gonna be optional. And also for pagination, we're gonna pass page number, and also for the page size, we're gonna use z.number, and we are letting user at most to get 100 results per page to prevent similar attacks. Hit save, and as before, create the TypeScript type food filters schema z.infer type of our schema, and also create the default values for its default form. Food filters schema is going to be equal to this. All of the values, I want them to be initialized like this, and also my preferred page size here is 12, or you can change it to whatever that you want. And at the end, export all the things that we defined here. Hit save. Inside the Explorer, in the foods folder, create another folder as before called services. Inside it, create a new file called foodqueries.ts. So here, I want to create the get foods query, which is gonna be async. The input of it is pretty apparent. We're gonna pass filters here, which is going to be of type food filters schema that we just created. And then for the return type of this, first of all, we know that we are going to return a promise, but what should we put here as a type, as a generic to our promise? What our query function will return for us? It's going to return a paginated result, something like this. Let me just give you an example. I'm going to create an example like this. It's going to return something like the data itself, which is going to be an array of something. Then the server, I need the query to return the total number of foods, the page number, the page size, and also the total possible pages. So all of the types here are static, but the type that data can return can be dynamic, but we are 100% sure that it's going to be of type an array. So we're going to use a generic type here. So let's create the type that we want, and I'm going to call it paginated result. Let me just remove this here. So in the src, the lib folder, create a new folder called types, and inside it create a new type called paginated result.ts, and inside it I'm going to create a new type called paginated result, and also I'm going to define a generic here. Then I'm going to return an array of type T, the total number of entities, current page, page size, and then the total pages returning from server. And at the end, don't forget to export it to use in other modules. And inside the queries file, I'm going to pass paginated result, and as generic, we're going to pass the return type from the get foods query, which is going to be something like this. Protein is going to be of type number, or for example fat number, and so much other stuff that we have defined on our food schema on the Prisma definition. But let me just show you something from the Prisma schema and head over to the food table here. We see that we have defined calories, protein, fat, and so much other stuff, and the best way to make our project type safe is to use this type directly in our query. So Prisma provides for us an amazing API to access the types on our schema Prisma directly inside our TypeScript project. So in the get foods query here, let me just remove unnecessary stuff here. Then I'm going to create a new type called food with serving units, because I want to also include the serving units whenever we are getting the foods from our database. And then I'm gonna use the Prisma type from generated Prisma. Then I'm gonna get the payload of the Prisma table. Then here we can include that also what relations also we need to access. So as you can see, everything here is type safe. So I want to get the food serving unit true. Then as simply as this, I can specify and pass the food with serving units to the paginated result as a generic. Then open the function here, and here if you want to return something here, we see that everything is type safe, the data page, page size total, and total pages. And even if I want to return the data directly here, we see that the type safety is amazing here and everything is 100% correct. But I don't want to do it like this, so let me just remove it for now. So first of all, we need to sanitize the filters passed here because the user might want to corrupt our servers and pass invalid filters. So we need to sanitize it first. So as simply as this, we're going to create a new variable called validated filters, and I'm going to parse the filters inside the food filters schema similar to this. Then I'm going to destruct the filters passed to the validated filters, and I'm going to get the search term, calories range, protein range, category ID, sort by, sort order, page size, and that's it for now. Then I need to specify a variable called where, which is going to be the thing that we are going to pass to Prisma engine itself. And it's going to be of type prisma.food where input, which is the thing that we can pass to Prisma. And by default, I make it an empty object. So one by one, according to our provided filters here, I'm going to add fields to this empty object here. So if search term has value, I'm going to add a new field to where called the name field. Then as you can see, everything here is type safe, and I want to use the contains operator equal to search term itself. So till this point, our where object is something like this, name is equal to contains, and our search term, and so on. Then for other filters, I'm going to specify the calories range, and I'm going to call the first one mean calories string, and second one max calories string. Then we are going to safely convert the mean calories into a number. So if the mean calories string is equal to an empty string, I'm going to first of all return undefined, which is going to be handled automatically by Prisma. Otherwise, I simply make it a number. And also the same but for the max calories of our range, like this. Now, if the numeric mean calories is not equal to undefined, and if it is valid, or the same for max calories here, if it is true, we are 100% sure till this point that the calories range has been provided by the user, so we can define the calories to an empty object again. And if numeric mean calories is not undefined, all of this is because we want our project to be robust and error-free. So if it is true, I'm gonna add the where calories greater or equal to numeric mean calories, hit save, then the same but for the maximum number of calories, and instead of greater than here, we're going to use less than equal, and don't forget to change it to max. And also copy all of these again, but instead of calories, I simply pass protein here. So let me just select all of the calories instances here, and I'm going to change it to protein and fix the wrong uppercase names and make them lowercase. Perfect. It's safe. And for the category filter, just create a numeric category ID, because the category ID provided by the user is going to be of type string, because we have decided that everything on the client side and the form side is going to be of type string. So we need to convert it to number because the IDs defined on our Prisma is of type number. Then here I simply check if the category ID is provided. If yes, I simply cast it into a number. Otherwise, I'm going to return undefined. And if the numeric category ID is not undefined and numeric category ID is not equal to 0, because this might cast an empty string into 0 and this is not a valid ID on our database. It's safe. Then I'm gonna use where category, the ID is equal to numeric category ID. Also for the pagination, which is pretty straightforward, I simply need to create a skip value for Prisma, which is going to be of type page -1, because the pagination on client side and the Prisma side is off by 1. Then I'm going to multiply it by page size, and by having the page and page size, we can calculate the skip, and then we are going to pass it to the Prisma. So at the end, for getting the data from Prisma engine, we are going to await promise.all, because we're going to create multiple requests at once to the server, which is going to be the first item is going to be the count of food on our database according to the provided filter. And for the first variable here, I'm going to call it total, and second one is going to be the data itself. So at the second argument of our promise all, we're going to get the data itself. So to get it, we're going to use find many on our food column, food table, and then we're going to pass the, first of all, the where filters. Then we're going to specify the order. So we're going to specify the sort by column. Then we're going to specify the sort order provided by the user. But the error here is that the sort by provided by the user, as we defined on our schema, might be undefined. So I'm going to provide a default value here. For example, by default, I want the items to be sorted by their names. And then I'm going to pass the skip, and the take is equal to the page size itself. And then, as I told you before, I'm going to include the food serving unit relation thoroughly in the return response. And at the end, to make TypeScript and our project happy, just return the data, the total page size, and also the total pages, which is going to be equal to mass fill total divided by the page size, which we can use this to generate the pagination component in the foods page. That was it for creating find many query on our foods table, and we can extend it according to your needs, but the principles is mostly the same. Now we need to also have access to the get food itself. So it's going to be also of type async, and we are going to pass an ID of number. Then we expect that this function return for us a food schema. Also, it might be null because the ID might be not present on our database. And then return something for now. And first of all, we are going to get the data from the database, which we need to find the first thing that Prisma finds, where the ID is equal to the provided ID here. And also, as before, I need to have access to the food serving unit. And if the response is null, I simply return null. Then, if we have data here, I'm going to return, first of all, the ID, but because we are using discriminated unions, first of all, we need to specify the action to update, and now the TypeScript is happy. And for the name, I simply can return response.name, and also you can do it by using the spread operator like this. But there are some values that we need to change along the way, because some values between the Prisma and our food schema here are not according to the type, so we need to do it manually. So this is not a good practice, so I always prefer to do it manually one by one. For the calories, I'm going to return response.calories, and the calories returning from server might be null or undefined, but our food schema always requires a string here, so we need to safely convert it to a string. But you can see also it might be again undefined, and at the end we need to do it like this to make TypeScript happy. But this pattern is going to be repeated so many times, so I'm going to make a very good utility to do it for us in a more type safe and organized way. So inside the Explorer, again, inside the lib utils, create a new function called const to a string save, which is going to convert any values into the string. So the input of it, the value of it is going to be of type a string, number, null, undefined, or even unknown. And it's going to return a string, and I'm going to return, first of all, if the value is null, I'm going to translate it to a string like this. Otherwise, whether it's number, undefined, or whatever, I'm going to convert it to a string. And also, I really prefer the const, but it's my preference, so I'm going to change the generated cn function to constant, and at the end, I'm going to export the cn and to a string save function. Also, for the future, we're going to need another utility, but instead of a string, we're going to convert any value to a number. So the input of it, as before, it can be a string, number, null, undefined, and at the end, we're going to return a number, and I should put this here. And if the value is null, I simply return 0. If the type of value is number, simply return the value. Otherwise, I'm gonna first of all convert the value to number, and if the parsed value is not a number, I simply return 0. Otherwise, I simply return the parsed value, and at the end, don't forget to export it. Now head over to the queries here and just simply import the to a string save and pass the rest.calories. And to save time, I'm gonna paste other values for carbohydrates, fats, category ID, and other stuff, and also the food serving units that is required for our form. So I'm gonna map over the food serving units returning from the database, and I'm gonna map over them, and for each iteration I'm gonna call it item and return a food serving unit ID, and then again I'm gonna convert it to a string, safely convert it to a string like this, and for the amount of it I simply again convert it to the grams, to the string like this. Perfect. And at the end, don't forget to export the get foods and get food itself, get food. That was it for all of the queries. Then we need to also specify the mutations, and because this is mostly the same as previous modules, I'm going to paste the mutations, create mutation, update mutation, and also the delete mutation here. At the top of the file, because we are going to run this on the server, we are using use server, and for the first mutation, which is going to create a food, we're going to execute an action. And first of all, we are going to validate our data, and then first of all, we are going to create the food on our database with the data passed from our form. And if you have noticed, we are converting the string values passed from our forms to the Prisma, and we're gonna safely convert it to a number. After that, we have created the food itself. Also, the user might have specified the food serving units on it, so we need to map over the past serving units from the client side, and for each serving unit, we're going to iterate over them, and we're going to create the corresponding food serving unit on the database according to the past values for the serving unit. And also we need to specify the relation between the created serving unit and our food. So we are getting the food ID from returning the food, created food here, and then we're going to get the serving unit ID and specify the grams value for it. Because creating relations on entities inside Prisma is not very straightforward, because we expect that we can easily also create the food serving units here, but it's not like that, and we need to create a different row on our database for each food serving units that the user needs to be created for the food itself. That was for creating it, for updating it. As before, as for creating, first of all, we need to validate the data, and we're going to use TypeScript narrowing trick. But if you see this, you see that the compiler is throwing us this error that the ID is not defined. This is because inside the food schema, I forgot to put ID here, which is going to be of type number. It's safe. And to update the food entity, first of all, we are going to specify that what food we are going to update. Then we are going to pass these data, pretty straightforward. And to edit the serving units, first of all, we are going to delete all of them. And again, for the maximum flexibility, again, we are going to map over the provided serving units. And for each iteration, we are going to, again, create a new serving unit whenever we are updating a food. So the main difference between creating and updating is this, that we need to, first of all, remove all of them and again, create new serving units. Although there might be some other ways, so we don't have to delete them, but this is more than enough. And it might be very overkill for this scenario and this tutorial to do it in other way. This is the total valid solution. Then for deleting a food, it is pretty straightforward and we have done it so many times. So we are going to provide the ID and then we are going to delete first of all the serving unit of it, and then we are going to delete the food itself. So don't forget to delete the food serving unit where the food ID is equal to the provided food ID. Then that was it for the mutations and queries, but inside the queries, I have noticed that we also need to provide the ID here and the error is gone. Now we need to create the store for our module. So inside the foods, create a new folder called libs, a folder called libs as before. Then I'm going to create the use food store.ts. And here, because the principles are the same and we have talked about it so many times, instead of writing it, I'm going to copy and paste it. First of all, we need to specify the state for our store, which is going to be selected food ID, whether the food dialog is open or not, the food filters, and also whether the food filters drawer is open or not. So we are gonna control all the things with our store. The difference between the store for our food and categories and serving units stores is that we have filters, so we need to also keep track of them. But the principles are exactly the same. For the actions, we're going to define the setter functions types. Selecting ID and the dialogues are pretty straightforward, and for updating the food filters, because in the future we're going to access the food filters wherever that we want, and whenever that we want to update our food filters, we're going to pass the filters drawer. Food filters drawer is pretty self-explanatory, and for updating the pagination, I'm gonna define next and prev for simplicity, and whenever that we want to update the page, we simply pass next or prev according to our needs and buttons. Then I'm gonna add another type, but this time to make our lives easier, for updating the search term of our foods list. Instead of directly updating the search term on the filters, I'm going to create a new one that is responsible to update only the search term of our filters. Then merge these two to create the store object, define the initial value for state and the setter functions, and for the default values of food filters, we have defined the food filters default values. We're gonna pass them here. Updating food filters is pretty straightforward. We are simply passing the filters from our client to the state. Food drawer open doesn't need any explanation. And also we have defined for changing the state of our page, the next and previous prev. Also, we might want to pass the number exactly. So first of all, we're getting the current page, and we're gonna create a dynamic variable called new page, which at first I want it to be equal to the current page. And if the action passed from user or the component is equal to next, it means that we are clicking on the next button. So we need to change the current page +1. If it is of type prev, it means that we need to go back a page. And also here we are handling that the new page is not 0 or negative by doing this. And if the action pass is of type number, we simply change the new page to this action. And at the end, I'm going to update the food filters on our store by destructing all of the filters and then passing the new page. And updating the search term is straightforward. So we're going to pass the search term, and we're going to directly update the search term on the food filters. And then I'm going to persist the foods store on the local storage with this name. And then I don't plan to keep the food filters on our local storage because it makes it very heavy and it's not really necessary. Now that we have our queries, mutations, and our store, it's a time to create the use food queries and next use foods mutations. So here I'm gonna paste this here. First of all, we need to create the use foods query, which first of all we are getting the food filters from our store. Also, if you have noticed, we are getting and accessing any values that we want directly wherever that we want. So there is no need for us to pass the food filters to this hook whenever that we want to use it. And we have created a really good connection between our store and the usage of it. This is the beauty of planning for the future of the project. And with these few lines of codes, you see that we are able to do so much stuff here. We are getting the food filters from our store and we are directly passing them to our getFoods function query that we just created earlier. And for the food itself, we have done it so many times till now. So we are getting the food ID from store, then we are creating the correct query key and we are passing it like this. Then for the mutation, create new file called useFood.mutations.ts. Then paste these values here. First of all, we are creating it, get the query client to invalidate it whenever our mutation is successful. And for the mutation function, just simply create the food. Updating it is the same. The correct host message and deleting it is also the same. And in each item, in each mutation function, we're going to invalidate the correct key from our query cache.
Now that we have everything that we need to create the food form itself, we can start implementing it. So let's get into it. Till this point, we can implement all of these because we have created required components, except for this select drop-down component that with the help of Shadcn, it's pretty simple to do. We're going to install the select package, select component from Shadcn, and we're going to enhance it according to our needs. Now try to add the select package from Shadcn like this. Perfect. Now inside the components folder, in the UI folder, create a new component as before. The same thing we have done for our input. Create another one for controlled select.tsx. Now, first of all, this component will be client side. Then, first of all, I try to define the properties for this component. Which one of them is the name of the field on the DOM? Another one, the label of the field. Options, for now, just put an empty array here. The placeholder, which is also optional, and also if the user can clear the selected option or not. And because we want to make our controlled select component like control input type save, first of all, I'm going to define a new generic here, which extends the field values from hook form. Then I'm going to use and pass it as a generic to the path type for the name. And also the options is going to be an array of objects with this type, value is a string and also label is a string, but because it's the type that we are going to use so many times, so I'm going to create a new type called value label type here in the types folder here, create a new one called value label.ts. Then here create a new type called value label. The value is going to be a string or sometimes number, and label is always of type a string, and at the end export the value label type. Now here import it, and then try to create the input itself controlled select, which extends the generic t from field values. And for the properties, first of all, let me just use the select props and pass the t here, and for now return something. Then I'm gonna get the label name options, which by default is going to be an empty array placeholder, then the clearable property. And here I'm gonna get the control from the form context as before. Then I'm gonna wrap everything inside a div with the full length property. If the label is provided, I simply show a label to the user, and I'm gonna render it. Then I'm gonna add a margin button too, and add the HTML4 property and pass the name here as simply as this. Then I'm gonna use the controller from reacthookform. For the name as before, just pass the name. Control is control, and to render it, just open the curly braces, then destruct from field, destruct the onChange. But before I do it, just open the arrow function like this and get the onChange from field and rest of the field. So we are gonna spread these on our default select component. And also I need to access to the error on our field state, and that's it. So here, first of all, I'm gonna wrap everything inside an empty fragment. Then I'm gonna import the select from components UI. Then I'm gonna close it, which this acts as a wrapper for our whole select component. And I'm gonna pass the on value change to on change, and I'm gonna spread the rest of the fields like on blur change and so much other stuff that reacthookform render property of controller provides for us. Then I'm gonna add a div to define the trigger button itself. So I'm gonna first of all make it relative because I want to add the clearable button as absolute position to this div here, and I'm gonna make it a flexbox. And for the trigger itself, just use the select trigger from Shadcn, and then make it full width and pass the select value, this placeholder for the select value. Then at the bottom of it, if the clearable property is passed, and also if you have value selected by the user, I'm gonna render a simple button that when user clicks on it, it will clear out the selected value. So I'm gonna paste this button here, import necessary imports, and the X button, it's a very small icon, X icon, relative to the button trigger itself, and we are gonna attach it at the right side of the container. Then when the user clicks on it, I want the selected option to become empty, and this is because we destruct the onChange separate from rest of the fields to use it directly here. And then to render the options themselves, select content, import it, then wrap it inside this select group. And first of all, we need to specify the label for the select and just pass the label here. And exactly below it, I'm gonna map over the past option by the user, and I'm gonna in each iteration call them item. And for each option provided by the user, I'm gonna render a select item, and don't forget to pass the item.value as the key here. Then I'm gonna render the item.label inside it, and for the value of it, just pass the item.value, and to make TypeScript happy, just convert the value to a string. Perfect. And also at the end, I want to render the error according to the form. So I'm going to render a paragraph here and pass the error.message here. Then I'm going to use the text destructive to make it red and make it a little bit smaller. And at the end, don't forget to export the controlled select component. Now we can use this in our form. Now it's the time to start implementing the food form dialog. So inside the foods folder, create a new folder called components. And inside it, create a new component called food form dialog.tsx. Here, just make it use client beforehand and just create a food form dialog here. Then inside it, first of all, define the form like this from reacthookform, then pass the food schema that we just created earlier as a generic. Then for the default values, just pass food default values. Everything is coming together. And for the resolver of errors, just pass the dot resolver, and as the schema of it, just pass the food schema itself, not the type. Then I'm going to define the food query itself, just use predefined values for categories because we need the categories, define categories to render the select dropdown component, so use categories. And for the rest, because it's practically the same as before, I just gonna define the create and update mutations, and I'm gonna create a new variable for knowing whether the form is submitting or not. Then I'm gonna get these values from the state selected food ID and the food dialog open state and also their setters. Then also I need the category dialog open from categories module and also the same for serving units store. This is because the user can directly add new category or even add new serving unit from the form itself, and it's a pretty nice shortcut for the user. So we need the state of whether the dialogs are open or not inside the foods module. Then I want to do it as a side effect, so I'm gonna import the use effect, and here if the user has selected a food ID and if the food query has data on it, I'm gonna reset the form, reset form.reset according to the fetched data from the food query, and then I'm gonna pass these values as dependencies. Then I'm gonna add the opening and closing handler, and whenever we want to close the dialog, we just make everything reset to its default values, and when the mutations, whether it's creation or updating, is successful, I'm going to close the dialog itself. And also sometimes I want to disable the submit button of this form, because whenever that the category or serving unit form dialog is open, whenever we hit enter or click on it, this form will be submitted first, and after that the form below it, which is the food form, will be submitted also. And we don't need this behavior, so let's prevent it, that when the serving unit dialog or category dialog is open, we need to disable this button here. So disabled submit here, I'm going to disable it if serving unit is open or the category dialog is open. And for the submit handler, I'm going to create new function, and I'm going to make its type submit handler from reacthookform and pass the type of the form itself. Then I'm going to get the data when it is called, and if data.action is equal to create, I'm going to use create food mutation and pass the data like this. And for its config, I just pass the handle success to unsuccess, and else I'm going to update the update food mutation that mutate. Then I'm going to pass the data of the form, and as before, I pass the unsuccess, handle success for unsuccess property. Then for the UI side of things, just return here, and to save time, I'm going to paste the starting point of our dialog form, import dependencies from correct places. We have the dialog trigger, its button, its icon button, then the content of the dialog, its header, its title, and also we're going to implement the form here now. So exactly below the dialog header, I'm going to create a new form component. And for the onSubmit of it, if the button submit is disabled, I simply return undefined. And if not, I'm going to use the handler submit method on our form. And I'm going to pass the onSubmit as before and inside the form itself. But before it, I'm going to add a new class name to add a little bit space between the components and fields. And I'm going to wrap everything inside the form provider from reacthookform. And I'm going to destruct my form over it to provide a context for our form elements. And then inside of it, I'm going to create a grid box to make everything correct visual wise. So I'm going to add a 2 columns grid with a gap of 4. And for each input, I'm going to define a controlled input. And then I'm going to wrap each input inside another div. Then I'm going to add the call span of 1 like this. Then I'm going to pass the food schema here. And I'm going to provide name for name, a label of name. And for the placeholder, I simply pass the enter food name. Now for the category select, again, I'm going to define a new call span of 1. I'm gonna add the controlled select component, and I'm gonna pass the food schema as generic. I'm gonna pass the category as label. The name of it is gonna be category ID, and for its options, I simply pass the categories query data to this. But because the types between them are not similar, we need to adapt the pass type according to the options requirements. So I'm gonna, for each iteration, for the label, I'm gonna return the item.name. Sorry, I made a mistake here. I need to use arrow here. And then for the value of it, I just simply pass the item.id. And also for that small plus button that we have talked before, I simply pass the category for dialog here, and instead of using it like this, just simply pass a small trigger, and instead of rendering a big button for its trigger, it's going to render a small plus icon that we have defined it earlier. And also don't forget to make it a flex container and put everything at the end of this container to make these visually correct. Then exactly below this div here, I simply paste 6 other controlled inputs, one for the calories with these properties, another one for protein, for carbohydrates, fat, fiber, sugar. And at the end of it, exactly after the form provider itself, just render the dialog footer, then pass the submit button itself. For the label of this, if the food ID is selected, I simply render edit, if not create here food. For the type of it, for the type of this button, I simply pass the submit, and to handle loading property, just pass the is pending here. Perfect. We have added these parts here, but this part that the user can specify the serving units is not done yet. So we need to add and create a dynamic field arrays component here, which is pretty simple with the help of reacthookform. So let's implement also this part, and then we are gonna pass it exactly here. So we are gonna create the specify food serving units component here. To create it, just inside the components, create another folder, another file called specify food serving units.tsx. Then here create new component called specify food serving units. Then get the control from the for context and pass the food schema as a type of it. Then I'm gonna define the food serving units a field array variable by the help of the use field array hook provided by reacthookform. If you want to know more about dynamic field arrays in reacthookform, you can check out my full course on it, or even you can check the documentations. But in summary, this hook provides for us very simple utilities that we can use them to handle dynamic field arrays. For example, we can add new fields to our field array. We can remove, append, or swap the objects inside this array. So for the control of it, simply pass the control, and for the name of it, we can see the TypeScript is really clever here, and it's pointing to me that we have only food serving units on our schema that it's of type array. So hit enter and select it. Then also we need to have access to the serving units query. So just use serving units query. Then just render and return a div with the class name of column flex with a gap of 4 with the rounded border and a padding of 4. Then inside it, render another div, flex items center and justify between. Then for the title of this, just pass the serving units and a class name of small text but bold text. And exactly below it, just render a simple button with the icon of circle plus here and with the text of add serving unit. And I just want to make the size of the button a little bit smaller, and I want the size of it to be small, type of it to be button, because whenever when the user click on this button, I don't want the whole form to be submitted. The variant of it, I want it to be outline with the class name of flex, make everything's center with a gap of 1 between the icon and the text itself. And for the onClick handler of it, just I want to do something like this. I want when the user click on this button, add a new row to this dynamic field array here. So I'm gonna use this constant here, food serving units, and you can see there are so many utilities we can use. We can replace, remove, swap, update, and so many other stuff here. But whenever the user clicks on it, I just want to add a new and append a new object to the dynamic field arrays. And then for the object of it, just I'm gonna use the IntelliSense. For the food ID initial, I'm gonna use empty string, and for the grams of it, I'm gonna just simply pass 0. Then exactly below this button here, just I want if there are no serving units created by the user, I'm gonna render the component here, otherwise the form itself. So let me just remove this empty fragment here and paste this. This is an empty placeholder which is telling user that you can add new entities for this food, and if there are currently values for serving units, I just want to render first of all a div here, and then I'm gonna render the fields inside it, and I'm gonna map over them. So I need to add a little bit of spacing between them. So I'm gonna map over the fields of serving units, and for each iteration I'm gonna get the field and also the index of the iteration. Then I'm gonna simply return new div. Just don't forget to add field.id for each div, and this ID is provided for us by the help of the reacthookform auto-generated fields, and for each field it's gonna add a new unique ID for us to use it and improve the performance of our application. Then for the styling of each iteration, I simply create a grid columns by 3 columns, but it's a little bit custom. For first and second column, I'm gonna use 1 empty space, and for the rest of it, I just pass auto value. Then I'm gonna use items end and the gap of 3 for my grid. Then I'm gonna render the button, the select component here. So first of all, add a column span 1, flex and items end, because I want to add something else here. Here, just pass the controlled select and pass the food schema as before as generic. For the label, just pass the food serving unit. For the name of it, with the power of reacthookform, we can simply do something like this. Just use backticks here because we are using template, dynamic template of TypeScript. And as you can see, the IntelliSense is working flawlessly. Just use select food serving units. Then I'm gonna select the specific item of this array. Then I just use the food serving unit ID, and for the index of it, just simply pass the index from here. This is the address of food serving unit ID for each iteration. Then for the options of it, options, just simply pass this here and map over our current serving units. And for the placeholder, just pass the select unit ... And also exactly below it, as before, the same thing that we have done for category select, just import select unit for dialog and use the small trigger property on it. Then exactly after the div here, just add a controlled input to specify the conversion rate between the serving unit and the food itself. And instead of using the serving unit ID here, we are using the grams on our form. Let me just open the food schema here. We are giving the address of food serving unit ID and the grams here to the reacthookform field arrays. And for the type of it, I just use number, and placeholder is going to be 0 by default. And then at the end, I just want to render a delete button here and import the trash from Lucid React. When the user click on the trash icon, I just want to remove the specified item from the field arrays. And at the end, don't forget to export the component here. After that, you just simply need to go to the food for dialog component here and import food serving units here, hit save. And also at the end, don't forget to export it. Perfect. And also don't forget to add a column span of 2 around it, column span of 2, span 2. And to see it briefly, just inside the foods, create a new component for our page.tsx. And for now, just create a new page component and return the food for dialog here and export default page for Next.js router. Now inside your application, just head over to the foods route here, and as you can see, we have our food form perfectly. We can add new food, we can specify our desired category, add new categories, calories, protein, and so much other stuff. And also we have dynamic serving units array here, and we can delete, add, and so much other stuff. And also if we click on the create food, we can see the correct error messages is shown to the user. But we need to also implement the filters, the pagination, the list of foods, and so much other stuff. So let's get into it. So first of all, we need to add the drawer for our filters panel from Shadcn. Perfect. Now let me just show you something here. Because the user can start typing on this filter, he can change the values here or search in the search term. The problem is that we do not have any submit button or apply button for our quick search. So we want the data to be fetched from server whenever the user types anything here, but we do not want on each keystroke a new request sent to the server. So we are going to use a trick called debouncing, that whenever the user has stopped for typing for a few milliseconds, then a new request will be sent to the server. So we're going to create a custom hook for use debouncing, and then we are going to use it inside our filters panel to decrease the request to the server and increase performance. So inside the libs folder here, create a new hook called use debounce.ts. The debounce is a hook, debounce, which get the value, and I want it to be a string, and a delay specified by the user, for example 200 or 300 milliseconds that the user has stopped typing. Then I'm gonna first of all define the debounced value instead of value itself, debounced value, and set debounced value by using the help of useState, and initial value I want it to be the value. And then I'm gonna create a new use effect and add dependency array here. Then I'm going to define a timer by using setTimeout utility from JavaScript. Then whenever the delay has been passed, I just simply update the bounce value according to the passed value here. And at the end, don't forget to clear the timeout, the timer, sorry, and make it an arrow function and pass the delay and value as dependencies of this use effect, which are pretty important. And at the end, return the bounced value and then export it like this. The thing that is being done here is that whenever the user starts typing, and this value will be changed. And first of all, the previous timeout will be reset on this use effect because we have passed the value as dependencies here, and a new timer will be started. And after the 300, 200, whether we have passed here, milliseconds, the debounce value will be updated, and then we can use the debounce value, which is the value that the user has stopped typing, and we are gonna send it to the server to get and fetch new data. That was it for the most simplest form of debouncing in React. But before we start implementing the filters panel, here we also need this range slider custom component. So let's implement it first. Then we're gonna put all the necessary blocks to implement our robust filters panel. So to create it, just inside the UI folder as before, create a new controlled field for our sliders.tsx. And because this is outside the scope of this tutorial, and to make it shorter, just let me paste this code snippet here. And we are using Radix UI, React slider for accessibility related stuff. So install the Radix UI React slider, hit enter. Now let me just also import this component props from React, or maybe just use it like this, react.component props. As before, we are enhancing the primitive slider of Radix UI with the name label and a few other stuff, for example, the minimum steps between thumbs, so we can customize the slider behavior from parent component. We're gonna get the default value, min, max, and so much other stuff here. As before, we are getting control from form context. We are using controller. And at the end, because the value returned from this component is something like this, for example, the minimum of 1 and maximum of, for example, 2000, we're going to do some checks for our current field value, and we are checking whether it's an array or not. If yes, we return the field.value. If not, again, if the default value is of type array, we are going to return it. Otherwise, we're going to get the minimum and maximum, which the user will specify here. Then we are going to create a handler function for our value chain to prevent unnecessary behaviors. For example, I want when the minimum step has been set, whenever the user is dragging over the slider, I don't want any values outside the scope of the specified step amount will be selected by the user. So I just use this handler here to check it. Then there are some styling. We have done it earlier, but the thing that I should mention is that this is the starting slider component from Shadcn, but because I have customized it so much, the default one was not reusable for this tutorial, so I have created a new one, but with the help of the Shadcn as a starting point, so you can always copy and paste this component from the repository below. I'm not gonna enter the stylings because it's gonna add so much time to this tutorial, so I'm gonna skip over them. But the thing that you should know is that we are getting the values from form context, or we are changing it according to the slider needs. Then we are gonna provide the handler value change. We are defining the track, the range itself, and also the thumb itself, which we are rendering two of them because we are defining a range slider, not a single slider. Then at the end, I'm going to define two values placeholder to show the user the minimum and the maximum selected by the user. I mean, these two boxes here, which are going to show the user the minimum and maximum specified here. And at the end, I just export it outside of this module. Now let's just implement the food filters panel itself. Just create a new component called food filters drawer.tsx. Then inside it, return a new food filters drawer. And at the end, don't forget to export it. Then I'm gonna, as before, define the form controller, pass the food filters schema that we just defined earlier, pass the food filters default values for it, and the resolver is gonna be Zod resolver food filters schema. Then from the food store, I just simply get some things from it. I need the update food filters method, food filters drawer open state, and also its action. Also, I want another one to update the search term and also the food filters themselves. Also, to show dispatch here, whenever that the filters are changed, I just simply need to create another variable. So I'm gonna create a new variable called rFilters modified. Then I'm gonna memorize it, then pass the dependencies array, and then I just need to do a comparison between current food filters and also the food filters default values. But because this is very resource intensive and needs a lot of memory to do it, I just simply use a third-party library. Just install the fast deep equal, which is a pretty strong library, and it will handle for us the comparison between two different objects. Then let me just remove these, and I'm gonna check if they are not equal. I just pass the food filters and food filters default values, and whether they are not equal, this is gonna be true. Let me just import the equal function directly, equal from fastDeep equal. Then I just pass the food filters as dependencies for our dependency array. Then I'll just extract the search term from our form controller by using the useWatch, which is pretty strong hook to access the values inside your form directly without affecting the performance very much. So I need to pass the control, which is going to be equal form.control. Then for the name of it, I just need to access the search term itself. And also I want to make it debounced, so I'm going to use debounced search term, and I'm going to define it here, and I just pass the use debounced hook here, and initial value I want it to be search term with the 400 milliseconds delay after the user needs to stop typing. So this value will be updated according to the latest changes of search term, and we're going to use it to pass to our foods query to fetch latest related stuff. And then to use this debounce value, just simply use a simple use effect here, and I'm gonna update food filters search term, whether the debounced search term value has been changed, and put correct dependencies here. Also, I need to access the categories query to render the categories dropdown, use categories. Then I'm gonna add another use effect just for handling that what happens whether the food filters drawer is open or not. If it's not open, or if it is closed, I just simply reset the form, the current food filters values, which is pretty important. So whenever the filters panel is closed without click on applying here, let me just for example change the sort by to 14 instead, and if I close it and again open it, we see that the sort by has been defaulted to the saved value on the Zustand store, which is pretty important, and we should always track the latest desired value by the user. Then for our apply submit button down in our filters panel, just create a new handler function, pass the food filters schema, then get the data, and then whenever the user wants to apply the filters, just update food filters on our store according to the past form data. And then whenever the user click on the apply button, just close the panel, and let's implement the UI itself. So first of all, import the drawer itself, then
for the open property, just pass the food filters drawer open. On open change, just call the update food filters drawer open. I want it to be on the right side. And then I just want the drawer to be opened and closed only by the trigger and handle button, because if you don't do that, and whenever the user wants to drag and drop the cursor over this slider here, also the filters panel will be closed, which is the behavior that I don't want. Then again, add a new form provider and pass the form to it. Then for the header of our drawer, just pass a flex gap 2, and inside it, first of all, just pass the controlled input food filters schema and pass the search term and the placeholder of, for example, quick search or something else. And for the container class name, I just want to specify a maximum width for the whole controlled input package. Then exactly beside it, I just want to add the trigger, which is going to be a button, and then I just pass the filters icon, not filters icon, filter icon, and import it. Then for the text of it, just render filters, the variant of it to be outline, and then I want to specify and show the user the badge whenever the filters are modified. Perfect. Now for the form itself, just render a form component. Just render the drawer content. For the header, drawer header, I'm gonna use the class name of text left to make text to be apparent on the left side. For the title, just pass the filters for the drawer, for the filters panel, and for the description of it, drawer description, just put customize your food search criteria, hit save. And below the header, now it's the time to define the filter fields. So I'm going to wrap everything inside a wrapper div with a padding of 4 and a space of 2. Then for most of the fields inside the filters drawer, let me just make things a little bit smaller. I'm going to use a flex here that the inputs will be wrapped if there are no space, and import the select, control select, which we created earlier. And for the first one, the user can select the desired category. I want it to be clearable, so user can deselect the selected category. And for the options, just we're going to use the categories query data. And for the sort by dropdown, just I'm going to pass a few values, few label and values. And for the sort order, whether the user want it to be ascending or descending, and the corresponding correct values. And for the range sliders, just simply pass them like this. One for the calories range with the label of calories, minimum and maximum specified, and also another one for the protein, and you can also add whatever other fields that you required. Then exactly above the drawer content here, let me just make it a little bit bigger, just render the drawer footer and just add a padding top of 2 here. And I'm gonna, for the drawer close, just simply return and render a button called cancel with the variant of it to be outline. And don't forget to put as child here, I explained it earlier. And one button we need for resetting the filters, type of it gonna be button, variant of it as before outline, and on click on it, I'm gonna pass the form.reset, and I'm gonna reset the form to food filters default values. And the main button for applying filters, just pass the type submit, and for on click of it, just pass the form.handle submit and on submit to it. So whenever the form validations are correct, this will be run. And that's it. We have also exported it here. Then we need to also implement the food cards.tsx. But before we start implementing it, we also need another component for handling the pagination. I mean, this component here, we need to render correct total pages we need to handle next, previous, and get the latest data from the server whenever this one changes. So to save time, you can always head over to the completed project inside the src components folder inside the UI. Just copy the pagination component here that I have created before the tutorial. Then just paste it inside the UI folder here. And let me just give you an overview of it. I have created this pagination component on the top of the Shadcn default starting point. And because the starting component of Shadcn for pagination is not very usable, so I expanded it. I defined some properties for current page, total page, updating function for the current page, and whether we want to be scrolled to top, whether the user changes the pagination and other stuff. We're gonna first of all create a ref to enhance and decrease the renders of our application to also handle the scroll to top functionality. Then if the total pages is not yet specified, it means that we do not know how many pages we have, so we need to get them. So we need to render a skeleton till the data is resolved from the server. Then we need to also generate the pages buttons here. So first of all, I'm going to check if the total pages are below 7. If yes, I simply push the numbers of the page to the array. If not, if the current page is bigger than 3, I just add an ellipsis text to the array for me to know that whether should I render a 3 dots between the pagination or the button itself. Then I'm gonna specify the correct start and end page. Then again add ellipses and more button whenever it's required. Then I just need to create a handler for updating the page, current page number. Then I have added some stuff here. Most of them are generated by Shadcn itself, but some of them are customized according to our project's need. So this implementation is for the previous button, the middle of previous and next button, which we are going to render over our pages, whether that we want to render the button with the number of the page on it or a 3 dots text to show the user that there are so many other pages that he can choose from. And then for the next button, we're just doing some styling using the cn utility and button variants. Whether the current page is equal to total page, we're going to make it look like disabled and prevent the user from clicking on the next. We are showing the next text here and correct icon. And at the end, export it. Now head over to the food cards component and paste this here. We are getting data from a store. We are defining our queries, mutations. We are getting the total pages from the food query itself that we have defined on our query. If there are no pages, we are simply return the no items found component and show it to the user. Then we are going to map over our food query data, and for each of them we are going to show an edit and delete button as before, also with some other complementary data after the separator. For example, I want to show the user the calories of each item in the list, carbohydrates, protein, fat, and other stuff according to your needs. And at the end, I'm going to render the pagination with correct properties. We are getting the current page from our filters, total pages from the server, and also the setter function for updating the food filters page. Also, I really like whenever the food query data is loading, the user sees a skeleton and loader component, which is pretty simple. So create another component called food cards skeleton.tsx, then paste this snippet here. We're gonna defining a 12 cards skeleton here with different sizes skeleton to create a nice placeholder whenever our data is loading, and then to use it inside the foods card component here. Whenever the data on our query is loading, we show the foods card skeleton here, and otherwise we're just gonna render the foods query cards iteration here and hit save. Perfect. Now that we have everything that we need for our foods module, just close everything, and inside the main entry, the page.tsx of the foods page, just let me remove this. I'm gonna define a div which adds a space between the items that we're gonna add here, and also the header of our page. I'm gonna add a class name for it, margin bottom 6, flex items center, and justify between the items inside it. And inside it, I'm gonna add a header with the text of foods list. And after that, I'm gonna render the food form dialog button here. After the div here, I'm gonna render the food filters drawer and also the food cards itself. Hit save. I have noticed that there is a problem inside the food filters. Just add a use client at the top of the file, but I have forgot to do something else inside the page.tsx again. Add a class name of text, large text, and make it a little bit bolder, and head over to your browser and let me just refresh the page. We see that the skeletons are showing to us perfectly, but there's a problem that the data are not loading correctly, but the skeletons are working perfectly. So we know that there's a problem. So let's find the problem together. Just head over to the useFood queries component here. We have noticed that the foods list is not loading correctly, so I guess that there's a problem with this query here. But the React query, let me just head over to the getFoods query. I guess that there's a problem with this file here that is throwing us an error, but we don't see that error. This is because the React query does not let any error to be thrown whenever we are using useQuery hook. So temporarily, we need to add the throw on error to true. So whenever there is an error here, we should see it on our browser. And here in the browser, this is because we are trying to do some server stuff, but in the browser, which is incorrect. To fix that, let me just remove this throw on error and head over to the get foods. And on the top of the file, we forgot to add a use server here. Hit save, and let me just refresh the page. We see that everything is working correctly. And then I can add new food here. Let me just enter, for example, vegetables pizza, which is in the category of, for example, fast food. Hit create and specify for it. Then per 100 grams, I think it has, I don't know, something like 400 calories, 20 grams of protein, 100, no, for example, 30 grams carbohydrates, fat 30 grams, and 10 grams fiber, and for example, 10 grams sugar or whatever that you want. This is not correct data. Now let me just remove a field here and hit on create. We see that vegetables pizza has been added to our list. Then if I want to edit some value here, for example, I can put 20 here and hit edit again. We see that the 20 has been updated on the database. I can change the category to something else and everything is working flawlessly. I can change the vegetables pizza into, for example, something like pizza, and if I click on edit, we see that it has been automatically updated in the list. Then also, let me just revert it to vegetables pizza. I can add new serving units. For example, I can add a new serving unit called pizza slice. Hit enter. Then I can select it, and here from it, I can specify that each slice of pizza is, for example, 200 or 150 grams. And whenever I hit on edit food, we see that the data is here. Let me just refresh the page to be sure. We see that data is correct. For example, I can add another unit, for example, something like, I don't know, pack of pizza or whatever that you want. This is just to give you an idea. And it's going to be, for example, 800 grams. Hit edit, and we see that everything is showing us. And we can also add more items to see the pagination works or not. But to save time, I don't want to do that. But if you have other pages or many foods here, we can change the page to the desired page, and the data between page switches will be cached with an amazing user experience. And if the page numbers are so much, there will be ellipses and 3 dots text between next and previous here, and the user can easily navigate through the foods list easily. Also, I have added another food here to show you the filter's capabilities. I can, for example, search for hamburger or the pizzas that I want, like this. Then inside the filters, I can specify that I only look for the fruits, hit on apply, but I realized that I changed the fast food of pizza into fruits, let's make it correct. And now we see that filters are working correctly. For example, I can clear it out or change it to fast food and I can see all of the fast foods. Then, for example, I can specify that I want the foods between 0 and 44 protein. I can change sort by, sort order, and so much other stuff. If I hit and apply, I only see the vegetables pizza and not the hamburger. And I can easily click on reset and hit apply, and everything has been reset correctly. So we have implemented a very robust list with complex filters, complex forms, caching, SWI, tricks, pagination, alerts, and so much other stuff. Now, if I show you the completed project, we see that there is also a tab here that we can easily switch between different pages of our application. It's pretty simple, but can really improve the user experience. So let's implement this. So first of all, we need to add the tabs component from Shadcn like this. Perfect. Now inside the foods management folder here, create a new file called the layout.ts to handle and generate a common layout for all of the pages inside the foods management here. And also because we are using client-side routing, I just simply make it a client component using the use client decorator and just paste these few lines here. First of all, we are getting the children of the layout from Next.js app router. Then we are getting the path name by using the use path name imported from correct place. And then we are doing some checks to guess the default tab that whenever the user refreshes the page, and we are going to see it in action. If the path name includes this path, we know that the categories tab is selected, the serving units tab is selected, and otherwise the foods tab is selected. Then for the value of the tab, we are calling this function here, and we are gonna render 3 tabs trigger, one for foods page, one for categories, and another one for serving units by rendering the correct label and correct icons here. And at the end, we're gonna render our children all together. So let's see it in action. And now if you refresh the page, if you are encountering some issues, just reload the development server. Then here we can easily switch between categories, serving units, and foods page. And whenever I refresh the page, the default tab is selected correctly according to the current URL, and everything is cached between route switches, which is exactly that behavior that we want. Now we have implemented a fully functional, complex CRUD with amazing UI UX, and we can access whatever that we want, wherever that we want easily. Perfect. Now, this is the time to create our authorization, sign in and sign up pages and implement Next-auth in our application. To make it type safe, we are gonna define multiple roles, whether it's our customer or whether it's the admin. So let's implement the authorization system for application. So inside the directory here, at the same level of our dashboard, inside the app folder, create a new folder, a route group folder called auth. Then inside it, create a new sign up folder. Then create a new folder called types. And then we are going to define our sign up schema here. Our sign up schema is pretty simple. Our sign up form is going to have a name, the name of the user, his email, password, and confirm password. And to check whether the password and confirm password are equal, we are going to do this and show this message to the user by specifying this path. And by doing this, the correct error message will be shown in the desired confirm password field on the UI. And then we're going to get the type for it, defining default values and exporting required stuff. And also the password schema here is the thing that we just created earlier. Then inside the sign up folder, create a new folder called services. Inside it, create mutations folder for sign up module, make it to be run on the server. and here create the sign up function. The input data is going to be sign up schema. Then we're going to execute an action here. Then we're going to pass the action function for it, which is going to be of type async. And here, first of all, we're going to check the input data, validated data is equal to sign up schema dot parse with the passed data. Then always try to hash your password instead of directly saving them on your database. So I'm going to hash the password, and then here I'm going to create a hash password function here. Then I'm going to pass the validated dot password here, and we need to create this hash password function. So inside the utils file here, we're going to create the hash password, but before it, first of all, try to install the bcrypt.js, then try to install the types for it, save dev as dev dependencies, install the types for bcrypt.js, hit enter. Now here just create a new function called hash password, which is also going to be async because the process is heavy. Then we are going to pass our password as a string, and then we're going to return an await for. First of all, the bcrypt. First of all, we need to import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Then we are going to wait for it and hash our password with our salt rounds. Then I'm going to define my salt rounds to be equal to, for example, something like 10. I did a typo here. Perfect. Now at the end, export the hash password from this file, and then let's get back to the mutation function and import the hash password. And after that, we simply need to import the db, and on the user table create a new entity by passing the data here. For the name, we just pass the validated data.name email, validated data.email, and for the password, just pass the hashed password. Hashed password. Also for the role, because this is the public sign up page and every user, I want them to be by default a user, not an admin, because it might cause serious security related issues. Then at the end, export the sign up here. Perfect. Then just we need to create the mutations. Look for it, use sign up mutations.ts, and just paste this code here. Just pass the sign up function in the mutation function for use mutation hook with the correct data, then show the sign up successfully message, and also use the router from Next.navigation. Pay attention to this import here. We are gonna get the router from use router. Then after the sign up is successful, we are gonna redirecting the user to the sign in page to force him to sign in with his new credentials. Now we just need to use the mutation. So create a new folder called components as before and create sign up form.tsx. Then inside it, just paste this code here. Here at the top of the file, don't forget to make it and use the use client directive. Then as before, we are defining our form with correct default values and schemas. Then we are going to get the sign up mutation, defining our onSubmit, that whenever we try to submit our form, we need to mutate and run the sign up mutation function by passing the correct data. Then we are going to doing some styling here, making the box rounded, making it centered and width full, passing the handle submit from reacthookform. Then we are going to do some text to guide the user that is creating and signing up for new accounts. We're going to pass the name, email, password, and also the confirm password here. And at the end, we are going to put this sign up button here. And if the user wants to sign in instead of signing up, he can use and click on this link, which he will be redirected to the sign in page. Hit save. Perfect. Now let's do the same, but for sign in pages, new folder called types. Inside it, create sign in schema.ts and paste this snippet code here. The sign in is pretty straightforward. We only have email and password, and we're gonna use this schema here. Now, before we continue with our tutorial, we need to install the required library to handle the authorization and make it easier for us to handle. The perfect choice for a Next.js application is auth.ts library, and also I have a full complete course on it, and you can check it out. And we are going to use this to make the authorization process of application much easier. So let's get into it. To start with it, just open up your terminal and install the Next-auth package, but from the beta channel, which is pretty safe. Perfect. Then, as recommended by auth.js library, we just need to head over to the lib folder that we just created earlier and create a new file called auth.ts. Then we're going to export some methods and variables from here, and then we're going to get them from Next-auth here. And first of all, we need to specify the providers that we are going to use. For example, we can use GitHub, Google, and so much other stuff, but for simplicity and because we want to do things from scratch, we're going to use the credentials provider. Credentials, let me just import it from credentials, import from Next-auth providers and credentials. As you can see, there are so much other providers that you can use, and I have explained them thoroughly in my other course. So use credentials here, then use credentials, and for its config, then for the config here, I'm just gonna specify the credentials that are email, the user is gonna provide it, and also the password. And also you can extend it according to your needs, but this is more than enough for 99% of the projects. Then also we need to pass another method here, and we need to customize it, it is called authorize, which it's an async function, and it's gonna provide for us the credentials passed by the user here. So first of all, I'm gonna check if the credentials.email is not provided, or if the credentials.password is not provided, I simply throw a new error that email and password are required to handle the thrown errors better. Then, as before, I'm gonna validate and sanitize the data like this using sign-in schema whenever the user wants to sign in, because the token will be generated here and the user can use our application whenever he passes this state. So it's a very crucial part of our application. Then we are gonna parse the passed credentials on our sign-in schema. Now that we are 100% sure that the validated credentials data is correct, we can search for the correct user from our database. So we will call the database on the user table. We are going to find a unique user where the email is equal to validated credentials email. And if there are no user, we can simply throw a new error, and we are going to handle these errors in another file. We're going to throw a new error with this message in invalid email or password. Then if the user is found, we can check the password. So I'm going to create a new variable called is password valid is equal to await compare password. This is a utility that we are going to create, but for the first argument of it, I'm going to pass the password passed inside the validated credentials, and for the second one, I'm going to pass the password, or in other words, the hashed password saved on our database for the user. And we need to create this function. Just head over to the utils file and create a new compare password. So we are using and comparing the input password with the hash password by the power of bcrypt here. Then we are gonna return it, export it from this file, and then we're gonna import it here. Then after it, if the password is not valid, we're gonna simply return or throw a new error called with this text invalid email or password, and we are not telling the user the password might be incorrect to increase the security of our application. Then at the end, if everything is correct till this point, we're gonna return our user. So first of all, we need to return the user ID because we're gonna need it in our application. We're gonna return the user email. Then we're gonna return the user.name and also his role, whether he's user, normal user, or an admin. Also, there are so many other things that we can customize. For example, I can specify that my sign-in page for Next-auth is going to be on sign-in route. Also, I need to specify other callbacks like this. And instead of the callbacks options, I can specify the data on my session and on my JWT token. So here from JWT, I'm going to get the token and the user himself. Then, because the token here is immutable, I just prefer to create a cloned token, and we can enhance our token with this way. So if the user is valid and passed to our JWT function here, I'm going to enhance the clone token ID with the ID of the user, user.id. Then because we need the name of the user on our saved token, so I'm going to get the user.name. We need to also have access to the role of him. Clone token.role is equal to user.role. Perfect. And also add optional chain operator here. And at the end, don't forget to return the cloned token here. Now also we need to specify the data required on our session so we can access the session data like the user's email, name, and other stuff easily. So again, we can get the session and also the token that we have enhanced it here. We have access to it. Then here, instead of mutating this session directly, I just create a new variable called cloned session equal to session. Then if the cloned session.user is presented, I'm gonna on the session.user.id, I'm gonna change it to token.id. Then for the user.name on our session, I'm gonna change it with the correct username on our token, and also for the user.role, I'm gonna enhance it with token.role. And at the end, don't forget to return the cloned session. Perfect, but as you can see, there are some errors here. The property of role does not exist on type user. This is because we need to use module augmentation in TypeScript to tell the Next-auth library that we need our token and our session to also have a role. By default, the token can contain email and ID and the name of the user in Next-auth, but if you want to enhance the session of the user, for example, his birth date, his role, and so much other stuff, we need to do this trick and we need to enhance the default types from Next.js like this. You can read this guide here in the official documentation of Next.js that we can enhance our session, our token, our user profile, and other stuff, and our JWT token like this. And you can even know that why the Next.auth has chosen this way of enhancing the types of our session instead of passing a simple generic here. So hit save and head over to the types folder inside our lib and create a new type called Next-auth.d.ts. Then inside it, I just want to paste a few lines of code. Inside this declaration type file here, just import the correct default types from Next.auth. Then using module augmentation, we can enhance the default session, the user default session, by the ID and also the role that we are looking for, also another one for the user itself, and also another one for our JWT token, so we can use and we are 100% sure that the role is presented on our token and on our session, and the TypeScript is really happy till now. Now if we head back to our auth.ts file, we see that all errors are gone, and now the role here is presented on our token without any problem. And also head over to the top of the file and export the handlers, sign in, sign out provided by Next.auth, and also the auth function that we're going to need it inside our application, and hit save. And to enhance our application totally by the authorization, this is the valid way recommended by auth.ts library. Inside the app folder, create a new folder called API, another folder called auth, another folder called open brackets, 3 dots to make it a catch-all route, and type the Next.auth here, and inside it create a new file called route.ts, and inside it just import handlers from lib.auth, then export the const get and post methods for this route, get them from handlers function, handlers variable that we have defined and exported here with enhanced credentials and token capabilities. Hit save. And also for Next-auth to work, we need to generate some secrets. It's pretty simple. Just run npx auth secret and hit enter. Now, if we head over to the env file here, env.local, we see that the new secret has been added by this command, and this is going to be used by auth.ts under the hood. And also, if you recall earlier, we have removed the env files from gitignore because there is no need for them to be git-ignored in this tutorial. Perfect. Now that we have everything that we need for our authorization of our application, just head over to the services. Create a new folder called services inside signing module here, services, then open another file inside it called signinmutations.ts, then add use server directive and define a new signing mutation here that we're going to use it directly inside our application. Don't mess it up with signing provided by Next.auth. This is the thing that we're going to use directly inside our application. So it's going to be async. We're going to pass the signing schema data. Then here, we're just going to execute an action here. And by passing the action function to this, it's going to be of type async. Then first of all, I'm going to validate the passed data inside the signing schema. I'm going to parse them. Then from the auth.ts file, I'm going to first of all import the signing, but because I do not want it to be messed up with the signing here, I'm going to change its name to Next-auth sign in, and the same for sign out like this. I'm going to remove the next at the start of signing also because it's not necessary, and make the I here in uppercase. Hit save. Then here, simply I'm going to call the auth signing by specifying the providers that we are using. We are using the credentials provider, and we're going to pass the validated data here. Also, we are going to create another one, but for signing out, because it's a good practice, instead of calling directly the methods provided by Next.auth, I really prefer them to be inside and wrapped inside the utility functions like action functions, so I can later on enhance it according to the requirements of an application. So I'm going to call the sign out from Next.auth, and at the end, don't forget to export sign in and sign out from here. Then we just need to create the hooks for them. Use sign in mutations.ts, then paste these few lines of code, one for sign in, which we are calling the sign in created earlier here, imported from correct place, and whenever we want to sign out, if the sign out process is successful, we're going to reroute the user to the sign in page as simply as this, and don't forget to import the user router from correct place. Now we simply need to implement the signing form. Just create a new folder for our components for signing module called signinform.tsx and paste these lines here. As before, define the form, instantiate correct mutations and queries, generate onSubmit, then create and define the form by wrapping everything inside the form provider, then pass the correct handlers for onSubmit property of our form, guide the user that what is this form is all about, use controlled inputs for email and password, this sign in button, also a shortcut to the sign up page for the user that they don't have any account. Also, this is the single quotation, but to make TypeScript and JavaScript happy, I just want to replace it with this. Hit save. Now let's use the sign in and sign up forms inside Next.js app router. Inside signing module, create a new file called page.tsx, and here I'm going to create a new page. This is going to be of type async because we need to do some async operations whenever we want to open the sign in page. And at the end, don't forget to export it as default export. Then here, first of all, I'm going to get this session by awaiting for the auth function inside our lib folder if the session.user.role that we have augmented earlier is equal to role imported from generated Prisma role.admin, we're going to redirect the user, import redirect from correct place. We're going to redirect the user to admin foods management / foods. Otherwise, if the session of user is role is equal to role.user, I'm going to redirect him to the client page that we're going to implement it at the future. But if the user does not have any role, we simply return and render the sign-in form, at the center of the screen by making it center vertically and horizontally, items center, and justify center vertically horizontally, and render the sign-in form here. Then I'm going to do the same, but now for the sign up module, generate a new file page.tsx and paste this code here. First of all, we are checking the role of the user, that whether he's signing or admin or simple user, redirect correctly to the correct pages, and otherwise render the sign up form for him. But before we see the results for our sign in and sign up forms, just head over to the providers file. Then here for our query client, I just want to customize the default options, and for default mutations config, whenever an error occurs globally, I just get the error. Then if the error.message is equal to next redirect, I simply don't want to do anything. Otherwise, I'm going to show the error message as a toast. This is because whenever an redirection occurs in Next.js application, and because we have wrapped our mutations with use mutation hook from React query, after signing in, when we want to do a redirect, it throws us an error, and we must handle it like this. Otherwise, we're going to show globally the error message as a toast to the user. And also, it's a good thing that whenever we have forgotten to handle the success message, I'm going to show a default message. For example, operation was successful, like this. Now, if I head over to the sign in page, we see that we have our sign in page here, and we can also click on signing up. And let me just create a new user. I'm going to pass the full name, email, for example, my email at gmail.com. And if I provide a wrong email format, we see the error correctly. So I'm going to make it correct. Then for the password, the error messages is going to guide me to enter the correct password. So I'm going to create a safe, strong password. Then if I again click on sign up, the correct error message will be shown here. So I'm going to repeat the password. Then I'm going to click on sign up, and we have signed up successfully. And now I can enter with the credentials that I just entered. And for now, I just enter a wrong password, and you can see the correct message is shown to us, wrong credentials, or the user did not found. And I'm going to make the password correct and click on sign in. And because whenever we sign in with a normal user, we will redirect it to the client page, which we didn't implement it yet. So that was for sign up and sign in flow. Now, whenever we try to, for example, go again to the sign up page, because we have active session on our local storage, we again will be redirected to the client page. And only if we have logged out from the system, we can see the sign in and sign up pages, which is the correct behavior. Now, the problem is that what about the super admin of our application? Every dashboard like this needs a super admin account that have access to all parts, to admin pages, client pages, and all this stuff, and he can manage the entities like foods, categories, serving units, and other stuff. And also, this is not a good way to do the sign up process, and we expect a super admin can be created. So we need to create a seed script that it only needs to be run once per application lifecycle to create for us and add to the database a user with the role of admin, or in other words, our super admin, that he can log into the application and he can access other parts of the application. that the normal users cannot. So inside the Prisma folder here, create a new file called seed.ts. Then inside it, just write this simple seeding script here. Here we have a main function and also our Prisma client. We're going to define our admin email, and if the application currently has an email with this address, we do not want to create a new user, as we simply log the admin user already exists. Otherwise, we're going to hash our password, and for simplicity and only for this tutorial, I'm going to just pass 1234 for simplicity, but in production, we should always change it. And at the end, we're going to create our admin by using the Prisma client. Don't use the DB here because this is the other cycle from the Next.js application lifecycle. So we need to instantiate our Prisma client separately. Then we are going to call him superadmin, pass the super@admin.com, 1234 for password, and the role of admin here, which is pretty important. And at the end, we're going to log it. And we need to call this function whenever we run this script like this. And if any error occurs here, we simply log it to the console and exit the application. And at the end, we're going to close the database connection instance by calling the disconnect method on Prisma instance. Then we need to find a way to run this TypeScript file. So we need to install a dev dependencies by installing the tsx package, which is a very good package to run TypeScript files directly without compiling it. And it's going to be done under the hood. So hit enter. I did a typo here. Instead of npx, I should put npm. Perfect. Now let me just save and close everything. And inside the package.json, in the scripts section, just create a new db.seed script that here we just use the tsx install library and run the prisma/seed.ts. This is the address to our seed file, and hit save. Then we just simply can run the script like this, npm run db seed, hit enter. Now we are sure that superadmin is presented in our database, and if I again accidentally run it again, we see the message admin user already exists. So there is no need for us to create it again. Then in our application, I need to log out for now. So inside the application tab of our console, I just simply return everything related to our application. Then I'm going to refresh the page. Currently, we should expect that we redirected to the sign-in page, but we did not implement it yet. So I'm going to do it manually and head over to the sign-in page manually. Perfect. Then here, I just need to enter the super@admin.com with the password of 1234. And you can see we have access to our admin page, and we will be redirected correctly and automatically. And only this superadmin will see it here. And if you want to add more accounts to it, you can enhance the seed script that we just created. Now we need to also enhance the dashboard layout. We should first of all check whether the user is logged in or not and do some checks, prevent the user to access unauthorized routes, and so much other stuff. Just head over to the dashboard layout file, scroll down a little bit, and here, not here, a little bit down here, I'm gonna get the session with the type of session imported from correct package. Then I'm gonna get it beside the children. Then first of all, I'm gonna define the sign out mutation using this use sign out hook. Then I can extract the user role from this session that we are gonna pass later. So I'm gonna get the user.role here. Perfect. Now I need to first of all filter our route groups here according to the role of the user. For example, the normal user shouldn't see these admin pages in the sidebar. I mean, this section only should be visible to the normal user, to the admin user, and also the pages related to customer and client should not be visible to our admin. So let's implement it. So here inside the dashboard layout component, I'm going to just filter the route groups according to the user's role. So I'm going to filter each group like this. If the user role is equal to role.admin, and import the role from Prisma, and if yes, I only want to return the routes that the group name of it is equal to foods management. Otherwise, I simply want to return the meals management routes. Then we are going to use it here down below. Here, instead of using the route groups, we're going to use the filtered route groups. And then we simply can define our handle logout for signing out process. So I'm going to just call sign out mutation dot mutate. Perfect. Now scroll down below at this section and exactly below the theme toggle here. Now I just want to show this drop-down menu according to the user avatar only to the user if the session is provided and valid, and I'm going to wrap all of the things here related to drop-down menu inside it. Then instead of using hard-coded values here, we simply can use the user's name and his first character of his name, and also because the name can be undefined, use optional chain operator here. And also for his name, just pass the complete name session.user.name. Also for the avatar image, simply use the session.user.name and again the first character. Then for the popover data, drop-down menu data, use session.user.name, and for the email, just pass the session.user.email. Then here for our previous login out on click, we can now simply, instead of using this, we simply can pass handle logout. And that was it for the required changes for dashboard layout. The thing that I should mention here is that we could have used the context provided by the auth.ts library to directly use the related hook and get this session instead of passing from parent to this. But the problem is that our dashboard layout component is a very sensitive component, and I didn't want this to be less secure, and passing the session from server to the client side is much safer option, but you could have used the client side solutions. But this is totally okay. Now inside the layout in your dashboard route group, open it, and here first of all we need to make this an async component. Then we're gonna get this session by await auth and get the session, and then simply just pass the session here. And also if the session is not valid or present, we just simply need to redirect the user to the sign in page. And also we need to make the admin pages a little bit more type safe. So here directly inside the dashboard and admin here at this level, right click on it and create a new layout.tsx file here. Here just define the layout props, then define the children type as React node, and define the layout itself. It's going to be of type async. Get the children from the layout props. Then here just get the session like before. If the session is not presented here, just simply redirect the user to the sign in page. If the user.role is equal to role.admin, if the current role of the user is user, just again simply redirect it but to the client page. And if there is no problem here, we can simply show the user the children. Then I just simply need to make the page and layout a little bit more beautiful by adding maximum width, making things centered horizontally with a little bit of padding. Perfect. And at the end, don't forget to export it as default export. And here, let me just again log into the application by putting the super admin email and 1234 password. Then we have been redirected successfully. And also I have noticed that we have an error here. To solve it, just head over to the console of your browser and inside the cookies, open up the cookies dropdown and remove everything from here by selecting them and hit the delete key on keyboard. Then refresh the page and again try to log in inside the application again. Super @admin.com, sign in, and then you see that the error is gone. That was because we have done so much development till now, and the cookies and the sessions became messed up, so we needed to do that. Now here we can simply click on this button here and click on logout, and we see that everything is working correctly. And if I try to see the pages that I shouldn't see, foods management and, for example, categories page, you see that I automatically redirected to the sign-in page, which is perfect. Now, for the last part of our application, we need to implement the client side of things, where normal users can enter our dashboard, and he can simply create a new meal, and he can select between the foods. He can specify how many and how much from specified units. He can specify it like this. He can enter the name. He can add more foods to it. Click on create meal, and he can see that day how much he has eaten, the nutritions, summaries, and additional info, total calories, and he can change the calendar date. For example, if I change it and apply it, you see that there is no record there. And again, if I go back to this date again, I can see what he has eaten, what meals, and also he can edit the meals according to his needs, and also he can delete the entries that you don't want. So let's implement this page also. So to get started with it, just inside the dashboard page, create a new page, a new folder called client, and create another folder called types, and then we're gonna define our meal schema.ts. Then here we're gonna use this schema here. Each meal that the user creates contains the user ID, date, time, and also the foods inside that meal. So we're gonna know the food ID of that item, what serving unit, and also the amount of it. And as before, we define different actions for our meals form. Then we're gonna extract the type of it. Then we're gonna define the default values, and at the end we're gonna export all of them together. Also, I want let the user to filter his meals, so I'm gonna, as before, create a new schema, but for filter, exactly the same as foods filters. Then inside it, paste this here, and for now we only need to filter the meals by the date, and you can specify the minimum date and maximum date here, but it's not necessary for this tutorial. Defining the default values and export all of them again and hit save. Then close everything, and inside the client here, create another folder called services. Inside it, define the queries for our meal module. Then paste these two queries here. First of all, we need to get the meals from server. First of all, we're going to pass the filters, we're going to validate them. And because we need to access to the ID of the user, we simply get it like this. Then we're going to extract the date time from our validated filters. Then, as before, we're going to define a var variable, and also for the type of it, we're going to use the meal var input. And if the date time is a valid date and the user has provided it, I'm going to define a start date and change the hours, seconds, and minutes to 0, and the end date also will be the same as a start date, but the time is going to be the end of the day. And then I want to only get the values where their date time is greater than the start date but less than the end date. So it means the user can see the meals for the day that he wants. Then if the user session is valid and there is an ID on the session, we're going to get only the foods of that user, wherever the user ID of that meal is equal to the user ID. And also don't forget to convert it to a number, because the ID on the user session is of type string. And then here we can simply get the data from this server by providing var. We're going to sort them by date time, and also we're going to include the meal foods array. I did a typo here, remove the extra s at the end. We're going to get all of the meal foods data whenever we are getting our meals, or in other words, the specific user meals at the specific day. We're going to also, from the meal foods, we're going to get the complete food and its serving unit, because we need that. And also we're going to need another query. Let me just make it correct. To get a specific meal by providing the ID, because we need it, and let the user to edit his desired meal. You can add or remove foods from his meal according to his needs. If there is no response, we simply return null. Otherwise, let me just change it again. We need to return our meal schema here. So first of all, I make the action of type update. And also, let me just remove this. It's not necessary. We're going to pass ID as a return of this function, the date time from response, the user ID, and also the meal foods, which we are going to map over them and map the data from the server to the client side like this, because as our form needs food ID, serving unit ID, and the amount of it, which we are getting from the server according to this. And at the end, we're going to export both of them. Then also we need to define the meal mutations.ts, and I'm going to explain it to you. First of all, don't forget to put use server directive at above. For creating meal, as before, we're going to execute an action and provide this for action function here. We're going to parse the values. Then first of all, we're going to create the meal base first. Then for the foods provided by the user, we are going to map over the provided foods. And for each instance of foods inside the meal, we're going to map over them and create a new entity on our database for the meal foods table according to the user needs. So we are going to get the meal ID from meal.id, food ID from food.foodid, amount and serving units ID according to this. Then for updating a meal, we have done the similar thing for food module. To update it, first of all, we're going to update the based of the meal. Then after that, we're going to delete all of the meal foods on that meal. Then again, we're going to map over the sent data from client to the server. And again, we're going to create meal foods sent by the user, the same that we have done for creating a meal. And at the end, we are going to also need to delete a specific meal. So first of all, we're going to remove the meal foods, and at the end, we're going to remove the meal, which we can find it by this ID provided from the component. And hit save. Then let me just close everything. Here in the services folder, create the use meal mutations.ts, and I'm going to paste this here. It's not anything new. We're going to just use the create meal mutation function, showing correct toast message, and invalidate the meals query key that we're going to define its query in a few moments. The same for updating it, and at the end, the same for deleting it. There's nothing new here. And at the end, export everything. Also, we need to define our store inside the libs folder called use meal store.ts. Then I'm gonna paste this code here. So the state contains meal ID, selected meal ID, whether the meal form dialog is open or not, and also the meal filters, which contains for now only a date time. The actions are pretty self-explanatory, and we're going to merge state and actions to create the store type. Then we're going to create our store by defining the starting values, the setters, and actions. And there is nothing new here. And at the end, we're going to name the corresponding key value on the local storage to meals store. And at the end, we're going to export it. Now that we have implemented our store, we can also simply create the use meal queries.ts file. Then we have access to the meal filters to define the use meals query. We're gonna pass the meals as key here and pass filters to make it invalidate correctly whenever the filters change. Then we're gonna get the meal like this by providing the selected meal ID and provide the selected meal ID to the get meal query function. Now that we have everything to create our form, just create a new folder called components, and inside it create the meal for dialog.tsx. But I realized that we need to also create another controlled component for our date picker that the user can select that which date this meal is for. So to add a date picker component, let me just close everything. First of all, we need to install the datefns library, which is perfect to handle calendar stuff. so there is no need for us to do it by hand. And to make everything go along with the plan and with the tutorial, just use the 3.6.0 version of this library and hit enter. Then to create a date picker component, we need a calendar and the popover from Shadcn. Just add the Shadcn calendar and popover components, hit enter. If the Shadcn has been updated for you, just hit yes. And if this message shown to you, hit no. Perfect. Now inside the UI folder here, create a new component called controlled date picker.tsx and just use this custom control date picker. So first of all, as before, whenever we want to create a controlled field for our form, first of all, we define the type using generics. Then we're going to get the control from useForm context. We define controller for our controlled input, in this case, date picker. Then we are going to destruct the value and unchange and spread rest of the fields, and we're going to get the error to show the correct error message to the user. For date picker, which is going to be a popover, that whenever the user clicks on the trigger, a popover with the calendar on it will be shown to the user. So we're going to render the label inside the popover, and we're going to open the popover as a modal. And if you don't pass this modal here, you're going to experience some issues related to Shadcn. So just use modal here. Then we are going to render our popover trigger, inside it a button. First of all, we're going to show the calendar icon, and if a value is presented and selected by the user, we're going to format it according to this format using datefns library. Otherwise, we're going to tell the user to pick a date, and after that we're going to show an error message. For example, maybe we have defined that the maximum date be something, and if the user has selected a date more than this, he's going to see the error. And for the popover content itself, we're going to render a calendar from Shadcn, and the mode of it, I just want it to be single because it's more than enough for this component instance. Now save everything and close everything. Then we are going to open the mail form dialog that we just created earlier and paste this here. And here we have, first of all, as before, a small trigger. We have talked about it before. And also, I prefer to pass session from server to client components instead of using directly the required hook, because it's much simpler. Then I'm going to define the form. Then I'm going to get the user ID from the form. If it has value, I'm going to get these values from the store, the selected mail ID, and whether the form dialog is open or not. We're going to initialize the queries and mutations. And if there is data coming from mail query data, we're going to reset our form according to that. And if there is no user ID on our form, which we are reading it from this useWatch hook here, if there is no data, we're going to set value on our form, the user ID field, according to the user.id on our session. So each mail needs a specific user ID on it. And as before, we are handling opening and closing the dialog here, defining handle success function, and we're gonna submit our data like this, and we're defining whether our form is submitting or not. Then we define our button according to the past properties. Then for the header, we use this, and for the content of it, we're gonna wrap everything inside a form and form provider, and then we're gonna pass the meal foods selector component here later, and here the user can specify which date, and by default it's the current day, and at the end we're gonna render the submit button here and correct label of it. And here, as we have done earlier, we need to create a dynamic field arrays component here. So let's implement it. Inside the components folder, create a new component called specify meal foods.tsx and paste this here, paste this here. First of all, we're going to get the context of our form, because this component will be wrapped inside a form provider from previous component. We're going to define our meal foods using useField array. We're going to get in the foods and the serving units. Then we're going to show the user a plus icon that whenever he clicks on it, a new entry will be added to our form's to our form for our foods array. Then here, after that we have appended a new entry to our array, we're gonna map over them, and if there is no foods yet, we're gonna render this empty placeholder. Otherwise, we're gonna map over them, and for each of them, first of all, we're gonna render a controlled select component with our foods on it and the correct food ID at the correct index. We have talked about it thoroughly before, and another one, but to specify its serving unit, and at the end, we're gonna specify the amount. And at the end, we're gonna render a remove icon for each entry on our array, and then we're gonna export it. Save everything and get back to the form dialog here, and here just use the specify meal foods and close it. Now we just want to implement this section. Here there are nothing special. Here we only need to display the user, the current data, his meals, and also the meals cards here for a specific day. And let's implement it together. But let me just close everything. We need two other components from Shadcn: add badge and also the card component. Perfect. Then create the meal cards component here. And to save time, I'm gonna paste this component here because there is nothing complex about it. We just need to display the data coming from our database correctly with correct size to the user. So come down a little bit. First of all, we're gonna get our required stuff from our store. Also, I'm gonna get the meals query and delete meal mutation. Then for the nutrition totals, first of all, we need to define the multiplier as the meal food dot amount to convert between the serving unit and the amount in the grams. And for each food, we're gonna add to the total calories, the current food calories that we are mapping over it, multiplied by the multiplier, and the same for fat, sugar, fiber, and other stuff. We are using the reduce function in JavaScript and with the initial values of 0 for all stats. And if the meal query data is undefined, we're gonna simply return this empty object here. Then we are gonna get the date time from filters, and we are gonna format it using datefns library to this date format. And otherwise, if there is no date time selected by the user, we are 100% sure that the current day is selected. If there is no meals for current day, we are gonna simply return no meals placeholder and the button that opens the update meal dialog open. Then for the component itself, for our first card, which is the total calories counter, I simply use the calories and the nutrition totals and render it and show it to the user. For the macronutrients card, we simply use the card component again, show correct icon, correct title, and then we're gonna show the stats one by one: protein, carbs, and fat. For the meal summary card, render correct icon and header. We are gonna render the total count of meals on that day. Then we're gonna show the user the last meal date. And for the additional nutrients card, we're gonna render additional stuff that we have calculated on the nutrition totals variable. And for each meal, we can map over the foods on that meal and then calculate the total food calories like this, because we're gonna need it in a few moments. We're gonna render the date of the meal, the total eaten calories by also we're using simple batch component from Shadcn. We're gonna render an edit button for each meal and also a delete button for each meal with correct alert message. Then we're gonna add a separator here and render the count of the foods inside each meal. And also this is a nice touch to use the plural form of item whenever that the count of it is more than one. And if there is no food, we're gonna render no foods added yet. And otherwise we are mapping over the foods on that meal, and for each of them we're gonna render the name of that food and the amount of it and also the calories of it. We're going to show it to the user, and also we're going to specify and render what serving unit has been used. Then for each of them also we're going to show protein, carbohydrates, and also the fat for user to see all required data at once. And at the end, we're going to export the meal cards component. And also, as before, I'm going to create a meal cards skeleton, and we're going to paste this here. We're going to render an array of skeletons with different widths, height, skeleton to make it more user friendlier whenever the data is loading, but there's nothing into it. And we're going to mapping over empty arrays and showing different skeleton sizes. And at the end, we're going to export it. And inside the meal cards component at the top of the file, here, exactly here, if the meal query.data, not data, if it is loading, I'm going to return simply the meal cards skeleton here. Then at the end, I'm going to just define the meal filters.tsx, which for now only contains a simple date picker. Then I'm going to define a meal filters here with the correct form instantiation, get the required actions from a store, define onSubmit handler, and then just put the controlled date picker here and a simple apply button at the end. Perfect, hit save. Now it's the time to define the layout for our client side pages. Then here define the layout props and get the children from it, children with the type of React node, and then simply create a layout component which is going to be of type async because we need to get the props from the session from our server. Then at the end, first of all, we're going to get this session, we're going to await for it. Then if no session at all, just simply redirect the user to the sign in page. If the user role is equal to role.admin, I simply redirect him to admin foods management / foods page. And at the end, if everything is all right, I'm gonna render the children inside it with the class name of mxauto, maximum width of 7xl with a padding of 6, and at the end export default the layout itself. Then also for the page of client module, just create page.tsx and paste this code here. We just first check whether we have session or not. If yes, we are gonna render the meal filters, meal form dialog, and also we're gonna pass the session to it. And at the bottom of the page, we're gonna render the cards for the meals like this. Now let's see everything in action. Let me just sign in with the account that I just created earlier. Now that we are here, I can simply add new meals, and for example, I can specify that I've eaten a vegetable pizza, how many I have eaten, 2 slices at this date, and I'm going to create a meal. We see that the macronutrients, meal summary, the total meals, total food items with additional nutrients and total calorie of this day. I know for each entries and each meal food how much I have eaten protein, carbohydrates, and fiber, the total calories of that meal, and so much other stuff. I can also edit, add, or remove entities from this meal, and also I can remove it, and you see everything is reactive beautifully. Now, if I try to head over to the root page of our application, we see that we have left something to do, and we need to also create a very simple public page for our application where user can find it on the search engines and enter application and use our dashboard. So close everything, and directly at the app level here, let me just close everything else. Here we have a page.tsx file, and we need to create a very simple landing page for our website, and you can make it beautiful and much completer according to your needs. But because it's only related to styling and stuff, I'm just using a very simple landing page for application with a simple heading, simple paragraph, simple stylings, and a button that will guide the user to the sign-in page, and a very simple image on my public folder, which you can find it in the description down below in the repository. Let me just create a new folder here and call it public, and just paste this simple meal planner application logo, then hit save everything, close everything. And if you refresh your application, you see that there is a very simple landing page for application, and you can extend it according to your needs. And by click on get started, we're gonna navigate it to the correct page that we should be on. And also, if we switch the theme, we see that everything is working flawlessly and everything is beautiful and as expected. So that was it for our complete meal planner application. We have learned so much till this point of the tutorial. We have learned Prisma, reacthookform, React Query, auth.ts, and so much other stuff. We learned how to interact with the database from our client side. We learned about server components, client components, server actions, and so much other stuff. If this tutorial was helpful for you, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment down below. And if you have any idea about this tutorial or future tutorials, just leave a comment down below. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video.